had the worst dream. I got banned by Hasan again. Hi chat. It's time to go blammo. Keep the brain rot coming, smiling face with hearts. Hasan Pogo. Survived the 9-month brain rot. Pog. Hello sweet people, has zero head. Let's go 20. beliefs and change the minds of those around me. Looking forward to the next 14 months.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude.
Fuck it, I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11. 9/11.
Only thing I know about the song is I think it's really funny. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley liar, dude. What a fucking... Holy fucking... What the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because it is... It's blammo time. No, I'm just kidding. It's Thursday, March 24th, 2022, 11:44 a.m., and I'm a little late, and I apologize. Yeah, it's blammo time, dude. What's up? You guys like the new shades? They're so fucking stupid. I was looking for a way different brand of shades, and that's what happens when you buy online. Fucking buy some shit on the internet, and then it looks stupid as fuck. And now you're just kind of stuck with it. You know what I mean? Stuck with this shit.
Blammo.
These are some straight mom glasses. Anyway, whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. Insta baddie glasses? No, I was looking for the Insta baddie glasses, but the Insta baddie glasses are like way slimmer than that shit.
Are you going to play new Kirby?
Anyway, folks, it's fucking Thirsty Thursday, okay? And the previous song I just played for you guys was I'm Saying It by AHMC, friend show. That was the introductory music to the broadcast today. Folks, it's time for some personal news. Okay, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news for all my parasocialists, you know? Let me tell you something. I feel pretty good today.
20 months just posting through the
Last night, I ended the broadcast, and then Golden literally bailed on me because he was like, yo, I have to actually go work out right now. So I was like, all right, well, I guess I ended the broadcast for no reason. But then I also felt bad because like I made him come over here for no reason because we were going to go ball. Like, fuck that. I'm still going to go ball, which I did. So I feel pretty good about that. I went, I worked out, I cooked my meal, I watched some Kanye West, I watched the Bad Vegan Show. Started watching that. That show's crazy. The documentary, the Bad Vegan documentary is crazy. Actually insane. Vegans are crazy.
Love the Matrix shades.
Just kidding. It has actually nothing to do with her being a vegan and everything with her being everything with her being just like scammed by some fucking shitty dude. And then this morning I woke up early, got a little bit of sun in, and basically I am here now. I worked out. She's a little bit sus, but it does seem like she just got fucked over by some shitty dude. So far, at least. You are bleeding? Oh yeah, I was in the shower and that injury that I had like last Sunday opened. Anyway.
8 months with you hotties, hassle, less.
Other than that, folks,
less than three.
It's fine, bro. It's literally fine. It's where'd you get those mom glasses you wore at the beginning of the stream? Urban Outfitters. That's where I got it from. Anyway, same with the shirt too. I wanted to get some new shit so people would like so people would stop saying I got no fucking drip, but again, I buy everything on the internet, so because I buy everything on the internet, like nothing fits appropriately. My hair is not greasy. I just got out of the shower. So look, that's why I look like SpongeBob SquarePants. It's a bit big, bruv. It's a bit large. In it.
All Tories are nonsense.
But you know, all Tories are nonsense. This is nonsense. This is true. So that's unfortunate, but that's where I'm at with the fucking. That's what the biggest guys at the gym always wear. I mean, yeah.
Has buff.
SpongeBob, me boy, your hair greasy as frickers. Still love you though, Hasan. Have a good stream, so dude. Oh my god. My hair is not greasy. My hair is not greasy. It is currently wet. I just took a shower. I literally just took a shower. This is what it's supposed to look like when your hair is wet after you take a shower. I know it's difficult. I know a lot of you have never taken a shower. You're like, showers? What are those? I've never taken that. It's when you open the fucking faucet and you stand underneath it, and then water hits your hair and your entire body. And then usually it's really good if you also have some kind of soap. Maybe exfoliating soap as well. That like, you know, you scrub your body with, okay? You scrub your body with that. And in the process, your hair gets wet. Your entire body gets wet. But of course, your hair, given its properties, given its like, I don't know, whatever protein, whatever the fucking hair is made out of, like given its makeup, does not dry as fast as the rest of your body does. But, you know, you put a towel to your body to just rub yourself with a towel, piece of cloth, to make sure that you are no longer wet, but your hair still stays wet. I know I needed to describe this for a lot of the anarchists in the chat because you've never seen such a contraption before. You probably despise it. You probably find that to be an unjustifiable hierarchy enforced upon you by the oppressive, undemocratic force in your life that you did not vote for, i.e. your parental units. But, you know, I just wanted to describe the process for you. And also for the gamers who, in a non-anarchistic way, also refuse to take a shower because that would stop you from min-maxing.
Hello, smile.
Yeah. Anti-soap value system. Handmaid's guts blanket given to Asmon by a fan. Damn, bro, I gotta fucking bring this. I gotta bring my PO box back, brother.
Thanks for all you do, Hassel.
Fortnite streamer, by the way, dude. I am a Fortnite streamer now. You are no better than Alex Jones for shilling bullshit cures like showers to your chat, fake ass medicine man. I'm sorry. What happened to the kitchen streams we were gonna do? Well, the kitchen streams are going to happen when I need to do them, right? Like, as you may have noticed, I actually don't leave the area all that much because I changed my dietary habits specifically so I maximize my time on camera.
I can't believe I've spent an entire year with you and Chad already. I wouldn't have it any other way. Hassle, hassle, hassle.
More time on camera. I'm your chatter boss. Damn, your camera is so overexposed. It's about to go to jail for public indecency. You should put something black behind that neon light so it shows better. Yeah, maybe. Applebees getting real brazy with capitalism. What? Anyway, we'll look at that in a second, but let's blast off. I think it's time.
Twitch subs are $6.
Hasan takes the L. What is this? I'll look at this in a second. Hold on. Let me just blast off real quick. Bring the Normans in here, okay? Does anyone have a... Does anybody have... If you get a PO box, make sure you check boxes taking it home. Cringe lords are putting air tags in packages now. I mean, yeah, that's been a thing. The problem is, like, I don't want to open the boxes. A big part of the fun is like opening the boxes and unboxing with you guys. So you can't really do that when you open them ahead of time because you got fucking weirdos who want to like box you and shit.
You what's up to Achilles Keck?
Anyway, let me blast off real quick. What? This is so stupid.
Hey Hasan, I've got your order of child-sized hats here. When can I drop it off?
Stop! Dude, you're not supposed to say that in the chat, dude. That was supposed to be... Guys, it's not for me. It's for the orphans that I'm... It's for the orphans that I'm saving.
Like
and from... Because they have leukemia, so they don't have hair because they have chemo, so I have to give them hats. It's not for my head, which many are saying is very large. And not even remotely similar to a tiny child's baby head. That's what they are saying. It's not me. It's other people saying this. If it were up to me, I would say I have a normal head. But a lot of people say I have a really gigantic head. Probably the biggest they've ever seen. Many people, actually. Okay, let me just blast off. Lots of updates from Ukraine today.
I'm sorry for disrespecting you. I am requesting an unban. But if you don't, I want you to know I respect your craft and effort. I'm sorry.
I don't even know who that is or where they said it. You see the video of the ship on fire? Shit is wild. Which one? Do? Let's see what this motherfucker said. I'm gonna I'm in a good mood. I should do some unban requests again, dude. I should do some unban requests again. And also I should do like fucking Chad Vice. What is that? Oh, it's like my least favorite type of person in the chat.
Thanks Bezos for the free sub.
Feeling exposed? Sellouts? Sounds like Hasan. I love sellouts. So good. I see your true colors shining through. Got under your skin much? Use your words.
Almost a year, poggers.
It's like my least favorite type of chatter. Like actually my least favorite type. It's like the like motherfucker who thinks like, you know, he's in charge of the stream, where, you know, him and I, like, he's the anime protagonist. You know what I mean? Like, he's the anime protagonist in the universe, and I'm like the villain in the situation. You know what I mean? I'm the antagonist, and he's like, got under your skin, huh? It's like, I don't even remember you. Like, you had to give another $10 dono to, like, request to be unbanned, and I literally had forgotten about you almost immediately after being banned. So just remember that. I don't think about you at all. Now, if that hurts your feelings, good. It's fine.
Water is wet.
Like, I'm a fucking human being. You and I are not having a conversation personally. Sometimes we are, but this is not one of them. When I say I love you guys, I mean as a collective, okay? As a whole. I love this community with all of its separate parts working together in unison, okay? I despise it when people are like, you know, I've been watching you for 17 months. I've been watching you for years and years. And 17 months, I've been giving you $5, so I know you better than yourself. So when you tell me something, I'm going to misconstrue it because I've seen other people say bad things about you, and I have a parasocial relationship with them now.
Clean, big bro, and
you know what I mean? And now I'm going to assume that you're a bad person. You're a grifter. Like, you've been here for years and years, brother. Looking back to see I was childish of me, a 50-year-old man. I'm sorry for being spiteful. And okay, he's 50 years old. All right, I'm unbanning him. I'm sorry for saying that. My bad. Please be better in the chat. I should have just looked at his unban request without doing this. Okay, my bad. Don't make fun of him. Don't make fun of him.
Make me wait for you, Zaddy.
I'm serious. We respect the older members of this community, okay? Some of them have a hard time, you know, getting along with the vibes and shit. Sometimes, okay? Also, he's my age, so obviously I gotta respect him. Hold up 1 second.
Yo.
I haven't even fucking blasted off yet. 1 second. Someone's at the door.
Hegin Montherinos hassle. Three 9-month sub periods and still no brain rot copium.
Sorry. Murat's coming early today. So and his buddy's here and they're gonna do some work. I ordered a hoodie in December and haven't received it yet. Apparently technical errors preventing them from being shipped. So much for unions. Bro, it's literally Bayside, dude. I'm so sorry, guys. For everybody who hasn't been able to get their merchandise, it's 1,000,000%. It's straight up fucking the distribution side absolutely fucking like most people, the overwhelming majority of people got their shit, but there's like a tiny fraction out of all the people that didn't, out of all the people that made their orders. It's not unionization that's a problem, but it is Bayside as a distributor that's like fucking us over. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna figure out a way to make up for it, okay? Will there ever be refunds? 1,000,000%. Yeah, of course. What the fuck? You and Putin were in a foot race when Putin was in prime. Who's winning?
Yeah.
I was looking at the VOD from yesterday when I was talking about India and China. Hella people in the chat were feeling comfortable to make street shitter jokes. What?
9 months, baby.
No, you should be like this shit. You will get your shit. I don't know when though. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
20 big ones.
But the quality is really good.
6 months, boggers.
Okay. Pretty sure they said mid-March, but I ordered when they first dropped. I think some people got it early, and some people got it, and then some people did like it's been delayed a bunch. Motherfuckers are reselling the hoodies for $200. Are you serious? That's so funny. I mean, I don't know how to stop that, dude, but that's wild. Anyway, lots of updates from Ukraine as they push Russian forces back. Maybe someone should push the Republicans back in red states from taking away autonomy from women, harming trans people. Get in now. Lots to talk about.
3 months of watching your stream while at work is payback for the capitalist wage theft.
It is. Boom. Push.tv/HasanAbi. I already used a different blast off meme than the one you just suggested.
Blam Nation Pogu.
Yeah, the shirt's going for 110 and the hoodie for 190 on eBay. What the fuck? People are doing secondary market sales on this shit? I mean, I guess it's a testament to its success. Anyway, here it is. I'm blasting the fuck off. No, I'm not running an ad yet. I've only been around for 30 minutes. I'm not going to run an ad right now.
Mullet when? As
They want $250? Bro, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, dude. This is insanity. I mean, I don't want to give it like, I feel like I'm... Hasan Piker limited edition Peepo black hoodie. Unwashed, new with tags. Like unwashed is in like it's still in the bag. Fucking selling it for $200, dude. Socialism, dude. I mean, you can't prevent it. What are you gonna do? Why are you on eBay Canada? Someone just sent me the link. They're probably in Canada. Anyway, folks, Biden's at NATO. Okay? Biden's at NATO, Jack. And he's doing the fucking Mac attack. And we're going to talk about that. There's a lot going
6
on.
months feels fucking strong, man.
Okay? First and foremost. Okay, let's just stop this for a second. Let's stop this music. First and foremost, number one, Ukraine is actually pushing back. They're pushing
Sorry
P.
for my daily sub thing, it won't let
They're
me
pushing
tap until I
P
do
and
this.
pushing back against the Russian forces in many cities and Irpin and numerous other cities. So there's that. I don't know
Last night, can I get
what
some
that
help in the
means.
chat?
Yeah, I have the press conference here. Biden delivered remarks. Thank you, Themasius. That was found out to be a lie by Washington Post.
Smile.
What was found out to be a lie? Like, are Ukrainians just like lying that they haven't made a single fucking territorial they haven't made a single territorial gain at all? They just decided to just like lie.
20 months. I think I successfully dodged the brain rot. Holy poggers.
That's fucked up. They aren't winning back Mariupol. I'm saying that like the majority of the conflict that's happening is still in Mariupol.
Let's go.
They blew up, I think, a Russian ship. I don't know how big of a tactical importance that ship had, but literally pushing Putin.
Here's a damn Bezos bucks.
Racist 4chan use orcs in reference to black people. Do you think Ukrainians are using this language to dehumanize Russians, or do you think this language comes directly from racist websites? I think Ukrainians have always called Russians orcs. And yes, part of that is literally because they think that like Ukraine is supreme to Russia and separate and more white than Russia, which is Asian. And that's it's the same racism, yes.
I don't want that brain rot.
No, they've always, I mean, they call... No, they're not using it specifically against Chechens, dude. Shut up. No, Ukrainians 1,000,000% use it against all Russians. Like the Russian invader forces and Russians in general. Depending on how racist one is.
Having a convo.
It also doesn't even fucking matter. Like, what do you mean? Okay, well, they're just doing it towards Chechens. All right, never mind then. That's okay. Making shit up? I'm not making shit up, dude. So frustrating. Like, it doesn't matter. They still, don't worry. They still don't fucking, they don't deserve to be invaded, dumbass. Okay? So don't worry. Like, that's not the argument I'm making at all. But like, you know, yeah, of course they're fucking, there was a little bit of racism towards a more diverse Russian population that is not considered white in the same way that some Ukrainians consider themselves to be white and pure. Okay? Because Russia is massive. Russia has a lot of Turkic people living in its borders. Russia is an imperial power. It was an imperial power. So when you do that, you have a lot of diversity. It's just it's the same like I'm Ukrainian, that's true, unfortunately.
Wow,
it's the same like Ukrainian supremacist nationalist energy of being like, remember the Ukrainian embassy or the United States Embassy of Ukraine posted that meme of like saying Ukraine had like these churches and whatever, and like when Ukraine had these churches that were built, Moscow was literally just a forest. It's that. That's what it is. That's the mythos. Dude, have you seen Ukraine on Google Maps? It's super big. Brother, we're talking about Russia. I mean, have you seen Russia? It's the size of a continent, dude. It's got 11 time zones, homie. 11. What the fuck, dude? Anyway, that shit goes back. That back and forth goes way back, okay? Ukraine's nation building project has been ongoing for 200 fucking years, so you know, there's a lot in that history that I don't want to fucking get into, okay? But yeah, there's of course going to be some racist elements in there, and anyone who tells you that that's not true is the fucking idiot. Like, I don't know what the like the idea that
I guess not. I'm 35.
The idea that like there's no fucking your acne looks like shit. A giant Poland water? Only I am white because I'm blue-eyed and blonde and giga what? Moscow was cooler when forest. A giant polar water? Bro, this dude is... Okay, dude, let's just, you know, let's just cut this before it gets out of hand, I think.
Hassle.
My man literally saw my freckles and was like, dude, I can't believe you have acne. I have no acne, dude. What are you talking about? Anyway.
Meeting with NATO ministers about the extraordinary crisis in Ukraine. Here's the president.
The brutal invasion of Ukraine. And we held a NATO summit the very next day.
Look alive,
At that
Jack.
time,
It's the Mac attack. He's got something to say. He's got something to say. He loves kids sitting on his lap. What is this small playlist for you after? Thank you. There's a Karen, the ABC reporter that was wilding out. What is this? I want to fuck your dad, dude. Okay, I don't even want to fuck. I want to fuck your dad, dude. Okay, I don't even want to fuck dudes, but I'm gonna make an exception for your father. Okay, that's right. It's happening. Wait, why did you send me this clip? Oh yeah, here's the tweet. Okay, here. This is the Asmongold thing before we get to Biden here. There's like quick couple hits that I was going to look at before I forget. Here.
Just a second. Let me stand up.
Almost 1 year brain rot.
That's insane. That is fucking insane.
Holy shit, are you kidding me?
My God, that is
Holy
insane.
Fucking shit. Oh my God.
That's actually fucking bananas.
Oh my fucking God.
Damn, bro, I gotta get back into it. That's handmade. That's disgusting. I mean, awesome. What is this? This is the Misgive video that you guys wanted me to watch as well. Dude, I'm opening the P.O. box again, dude. That's it. Fuck it. I'm saying it. What is this? Is this... Wait, this is a banned streamer, dude. I can't watch that. That's a banned streamer, dude.
9 months for.
Uh-oh.
This could be it, and you can feel it.
He needs 2 more.
Absolutely changed inside.
One more. That might be it.
A lot of PepeLa here in here. Why? Yeah, I'm gonna reopen it. I'm gonna reopen the P.O. box. I'm a seamstress who makes luchador masks. If you open a P.O. box, I can make you something cool as fuck. A luchador mask? Are you kidding me? That's so sick.
Thank you for everything you do for us, Hasan.
No, Miskiff, I guess, made Twitch streamers fight each other or something. This is another Twitch streamer, for those of you who don't know, who's like banned because he's fucking weirdo. Anyway, I'm not even gonna get into that beyond that. He takes L's in real life, but I guess he took the W in this one. All right. All I'll say is rather ironic that the community that was really, really up in arms about me using the C word was, you know, once again, they caught off guard, I guess, when their streamer that fucking guided them into getting so mad about the C word was saying the N word again. You know. Crazy. You know, hanging out with white supremacists. Just crazy stuff. Whew. Anyway, let's watch Brandon, man who's never said the N word.
Our baby is 1 month Hasana for Kursi.
The community that brigaded the complex we with transphobe nonsense is transphobic. Yeah, that was pretty funny too. That's like, motherfuckers be like, yo, dude, Hasan is actually transphobic. Please understand that he's actually transphobic. Meanwhile, also, like, we're literally going to do hate raids on trans content creators. Normal stuff. Totally normal stuff.
Overwhelming objective in wanting that summit was to have absolute unity on three key important issues among our NATO and European allies. First was to support Ukraine with military and humanitarian assistance. Second was to impose the most significant sanctions, economic sanction regime ever, in order to cripple Putin's economy and punish him for his actions. Third was to fortify the eastern flank of our NATO allies, who were obviously very, very concerned and somewhat worried what would happen. We accomplished all three of these. And today, we're determined to sustain those efforts and to build on them.
There's going to be a lot of bans getting doled out today. I'm just letting you know. A lot of sock accounts mysteriously and suspiciously popping left and right. A lot of like, you'll see like 5-month subscriber. Last time he chatted was like 2019. You know the deal.
Play Fortnite
Just
with
fucking.
the boys again soon. Last night was cool.
The United States is committed to provide over $2 billion in military equipment to Ukraine since I became president. Anti-air systems, anti-armor systems, ammunition, and our weapons are flowing into Ukraine as I speak. And today, I'm announcing the United States is prepared to commit more than $1 billion in humanitarian assistance to help get relief to millions of Ukrainians affected by the war in Ukraine. Many Ukrainian refugees will wish to stay in Europe, closer to their homes. But we've also will welcome 100,000 Ukrainians to the United States with a focus on reuniting families. And we will invest $320 million to bolster democratic resilience and defend human rights in Ukraine and neighboring countries. We're also coordinating with the G7 and the European Union on food security as well as energy security. And I'll have more to say about that tomorrow. We're also announcing new sanctions of more than 400 individuals and entities in alignment with the European Union. More than 300 members of the Duma, oligarchs, and Russian defense companies that fuel the Russian war machine. In addition to the 100,000 U.S. forces now stationed in Europe to defend NATO territory, NATO established, as you already know, 4 new battle groups from Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Slovakia to reinforce.
Bro, it's wild. Like, how much money we got that we could just fucking open up the faucet when it's a time of need, or when the American government decides at the time of need is pretty cool. Like, this is why it's also very frustrating when you think about it, because we just don't do it for other things when we can, especially when it goes against our the overarching capitalist interests. like the interests of big pharmaceutical corporations, you know what I mean, and their profit margins, or maintaining the constantly bullish market. We will never do that. Obviously, some of those changes, of course, are going to be way more costly than just like a couple $1 billion here and there for Ukrainians. And I'm not even saying that it's a bad thing that we have this kind of humanitarian aid. It's just that, like, I wish that American humanitarian aid never came at the condition of like utilizing that country against another country as a weapon. You know what I mean? Or came at the cost of like regime change in other countries, and that it was simply done because they legitimately care about the sanctity, safety, and security of citizens. It just does not happen, though. Don't look at this and go, wow, that's fucked up. You know, they're just not doing that for us here, but they're giving money to Ukrainians. Like, yeah, I mean, Ukrainians need it. Like, they do need it. So remember that, like, we have this kind of money for Ukraine, but we also have this kind of money for ourselves. Get mad that we're not using it for ourselves. Get mad that we're not using it in other circumstances and only offering Ukraine aid in this way, with like lethal aid or some aid in the aftermath of lethal aid, some like humanitarian aid in the aftermath of lethal aid. Because like a lot of that aid is separated, where the majority is going to guns and weapons. America only has money when it comes to things that will improve the interests, the profit margins of the military-industrial complex. So, hey, if you're diabetic, like, I don't know, maybe you should, maybe we should find a program where, like, the Raytheon makes fucking insulin bombs or something, and then we can just, like, sell you insulin bombs. You can become, like, a separatist cell in a Latin American country, like Venezuela or some shit, and then that way you could literally get, like, insulin in the form of, you know, Tomahawk missiles. Think about that. I'll workshop that one. You know what I mean? I'll think about that a little bit further. Don't worry, anarchists will make bathtub insulin. Yeah. Breakdown of the 13.6 billion Ukrainian aid package, 3.5 billion weapons, 3 billion European command, 1.4 billion refugee aid, 1.9 billion economic aid, 650 million regional military support, 200 billion sanctions enforcement, 165 disaster relief, 125 Ukrainian media, 100 million food grants, 25 million telecom networks, 30 million Ukraine, EU electric grid. A lot of that, by the way, that they consider to be humanitarian aid is still like 125 million for Ukrainian media, historically speaking. Maybe it won't be in this instance, but it's not actually just like what the fuck is that? You might wonder. Well, it's like Voice of America type initiatives. You know what I mean? Shit like that. Obviously, if you are black or brown and you look at this, you go, what the fuck? I get that. If you're like, hey, I got family in Haiti, they were getting, whipped at the fucking border by Customs and Border Patrol on their horses trying to come into the United States. And, and there was a humanitarian crisis there. One caused by the United States of America's involvement in Haiti and Haitian affairs since the fucking slave rebellion, the only successful Western slave rebellion. And you're right. That's true. But ultimately, it's a good thing. It's a good thing that we are bringing in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. I immediately went back and looked at the height of the Syrian war, like how many Syrian refugees we were allowing in. Obviously, I think the maximum that we've gotten ever in 1 year was 12,000. And then it's like 200, 40, 14, 4. So 11. So, yeah, that didn't happen. But hey, remember, it's the culture. The culture. So, you know, white supremacy does play a role in this. It does. It just straight up does. I'm sorry. Because in Syria, you could say that there was a proxy war there as well. And ultimately, the refugees were not treated in the same way. You might wonder why they weren't treated the same way. Well, because they're fucking Muslim and brown, okay? So they're the bad guys. For Europe, you're a refugee as long as you are white and Christian. I think it's white supremacy or simply more valuable buffer proxy than Syria for the U.S. at least. I think it's both. But yes, white supremacy being a big part of the motivator. The amount of money that we're spending and the amount of action that we are engaging in within the bounds of reason in Ukraine is not because of white supremacist attitudes guiding us to care about Ukrainians more or anything like that. That's simply because they're up in Russia's asshole and up Russia's doorstep. And, you know, the more you fucking turn Ukraine into Afghanistan, the better it is for you as an American. Because strategically speaking, I mean, ultimately, you don't give a fuck about Ukrainian lives. Let's be real. But the more you turn Ukraine into Afghanistan against Russia, the more you undermine Russia, a foreign adversary. But again, make no mistake, it's not a bad thing that we're bringing in Ukrainians. You need to understand that. Because I see a lot of people who are saying over 76,000 refugees from Afghanistan over 20 years, 100 Ukrainians in a matter of weeks, shaking my head. But that's not a bad thing. Okay? You need to also celebrate that as well. Celebrate that we are bringing in Ukrainian refugees because we should be. We should be doing this in every conflict that we're involved in, but we're not. So I want to use this as an opportunity once again to remind people that, one, the top of the hour is here in the bottom of the hour because I started at 11:30. And if you are a refugee from the hourly ad breaks, and you would like to no longer see them, well, then we otherwise have an open door policy here, but you know, you're going to need to subscribe. You can subscribe for $5. You can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime. As long as you have an Amazon Prime account connected to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month, you know, or you can get gifted a sub. Here's the woman ad break now. Didn't the neighbors of Syria treat the refugees just like neighbors of Ukraine are doing? The farther away the less shit's given, in my opinion. I wonder how many Ukrainians the U.S. Canada will take on. No, the farther away the less you give a shit is you know. What, you think like you think Ukraine is just closer in proximity than fucking is Ukraine that much closer to the United States of America than Syria is? Is that what you think? Also, by that very same logic, wouldn't you consider like Latin American refugees or Haitian refugees to be way treated way better? Considering how close Haiti is to the United States of America? I mean, I started the conversation literally by talking about America just, you know, using Title 42 to beat the shit out of fucking and purge and expel without due process, without offering the legal right to asylum seekers, the legal right that they have, the undeniable legal rights that they have, denying them that by, you know, fucking straight up just saying Title 42, we're going to use the Trump era CDC provision to purge you. The only reason why we are looking to overturn Title 42, by the way, what? Warger. We'll look at this I'll look at what you're saying in a second. But wait, hold on. Ultimately, Russia taking a huge military L in Ukraine is not actually great for the U.S. because it shows the redundancy of NATO. If Russia walked into Ukraine with no issues, it would have boosted NATO necessity way more. What up, dude? What up, big dog? No, I mean they're not even taking a huge military L from what I understand. They're taking a bit of a military L, but the only reason why they would ever take fucking L's is because NATO is giving them guns. So I don't know what you're talking about. Like the only reason why Ukraine can put up a fucking any showing whatsoever is because they're getting a fuckload of weapons from NATO. They're getting training, weapons from NATO. And from what I understand, maybe the Ukrainian pushback that people were promoting is not so real. I thought it was. I was reading reports on it. It seemed pretty fucking credible on a couple different areas. They're trying to get rid of Title 42 because of Ukraine. Yes, that's true. That is what they're doing currently.
The
anyway,
Eastern Front. Putin was banking on NATO being split. My early conversation with him in December and early January was clear to me he didn't think we could sustain this cohesion. NATO has never been more united than it is today. Putin is getting exactly...
It's true. America's getting exactly what it wants. And Putin is getting fucking served fat L's, dude. You could not have gift wrapped a better gift to every Atlanticist fucking, foreign policy freak in the Western Hemisphere. Like, you could not have done anything better. Like, Georgia's one thing, Crimea's one thing. That really, frustrates people. That really puts a lot of fear of God into the hearts of Estonians. You know what I mean? Lithuanians, whatever. They're scared, but they're always scared for understandable reasons. They're always worried about, Russian influence, Russian involvement. They don't want to turn into Belarus. Except, no matter what happens, I mean, those who are already in NATO, they're already in NATO. No matter what happens, though, Finland at least had a neutral stance because they were like, well, we're still worried that you're going to fucking come and, invade us or some shit, and we can maintain other security agreements that we already have through EU, and therefore we don't need to join NATO. Okay? And now those guys are like, fuck that. We should join fucking NATO. Why do they feel that way after historically being comfortable with not wanting to join NATO and having neutrality? Why could that be the case? Because remember, NATO is America's dick, okay? Think about it. NATO is America's cock to fuck Russia with, okay? NATO is designed with the express purpose of controlling Europe, okay? Maintaining American hegemonic status over Europe against Russia, but also against the entire planet whenever they want to use NATO, and as they have in the past. Europeans, at least in the beginning of NATO, before they started fucking absolutely destroying any sort of leftist opposition in every goddamn country where there was any kind of fucking communist party and communist involvement or labor union involvement, literally shredding social democrats by way of the right-wing paramilitaries that they armed, the fascists that they fucking armed. Before they even started doing that, the attitude in Europe overall against this kind of alliance was not as, black and white. There were a lot of people who thought, what the fuck? Why are we potentially putting missile systems in our fucking nation? Or why are we going out to bat against the USSR, which is going to bomb us and not America at the behest of America? Why are we giving up foreign policy autonomy that we would have as independent nation states? Now, all of that's gone. It's done, okay? And I'm not talking about Eastern Europe. I'm talking about Western Europe. I'm talking about other NATO countries, okay? That's all gone now. I mean, it doesn't even fucking matter at this point. The only reason why Germany or France would be frustrated by the current predicament that they're in is because, war with Russia also ruins their economy. Especially Germany, which has a reliance on Russian oil and gas. Which is precisely why they refuse to stop taking or using Russian oil and gas. Finland has never been neutral. Yeah, that's crazy because Finland historically a part of NATO. You're right. Yeah. It's really cool that Finland and Sweden are both NATO countries right now, currently. That's why. Thank you for the history lesson. True, Charles de Gaulle hated NATO for these reasons, amongst others. PepeLa. Yeah. Anyway, so you know, Joseph Robinette got a big gift in the hands of Putin by Putin behaving like a fucking insane person. What? Damn, bro, you just come in here and you immediately order food. Okay, that's cool. Here you go. Well, still happy to see you, brother. Murat just walked in here and just goes, food. He like did this. He did this. Food. No, it's fine. So many communities on Twitch, the streamers learn things from their chat. I feel like you unlearn things from your chat. Yes, my chat breaks my brain. But no, that's not true. I learn a lot from my chat as well. Chat is like having 30,000 people inside of your mind at the same time, being able to offer. No, he didn't hit me with the shaka. This is the phone, the telephone. No, chat is incredibly important in what I do. I mean, if Russia rolled over Ukraine in a week or two, which is what was expected, it would have united NATO even further, like Finland and Sweden. Threats to join NATO wouldn't be threats. They would actually go through. If Russia does take a military L, end up having to reconcile with Ukraine, that would not be optimal outcome for the U.S. A prolonged military conflict would be the optimal outcome. Yes, a prolonged military conflict is the optimal outcome for the United States. I think that at this point we can admit that. It's not just me. It's Hillary Clinton openly admitting that. There are at least some foreign policy writers and analysts that are admitting that now. When I admitted that and said that fucking literally a month ago, 2 months ago, motherfuckers were like, oh, dude, you are literally a Putin fan. Like, what about the autonomy and sovereignty of Ukrainians? Where's the sovereignty of Ukrainians now, motherfucker? What's up? Where is the sovereignty of Ukrainians when it comes to fucking NATO membership? I thought they were going to join NATO. What happened? Where's the sovereignty and autonomy of Ukrainians now when it comes to closing up the skies? What the fuck happened? Oh, turns out it doesn't happen. It's not like that. It doesn't work like that. And when I was saying it doesn't fucking work like that, and that the people that know it doesn't fucking work like that, that had no interest in allowing Ukraine to ever fucking join NATO, not even allow Ukraine to join fucking the EU. And I know this is a Turkish person, okay? When I say that, so many people lost their fucking minds. Anyway. Let's hear out what Joseph Robinette Biden had to say.
The opposite what he intended to have.
Ukraine's right to exist is a little different than them asking for a no-fly zone. Oh, really? Interesting. But that's not what we're talking about. Of course, Ukraine has a right to exist. I've never stood in opposition to Ukrainians' sovereignty. As a matter of fact, I believe that in neutralization, where Ukraine can try to pull a Turkey and industrialize as quickly as possible and use the competing interests between Russia and the Western nations against one another to develop as quickly as possible, would probably allow Ukraine to have as much sovereignty as possible, maximize its sovereignty. Okay? The problem is you don't see that. You're just guzzling fucking, Western propaganda. And some are guzzling Russian propaganda, straight up.
On NATO being split. My early conversation with him in December and early January, it was clear to me he didn't think we could sustain this cohesion. NATO has never been more united than it is today. Putin is getting exactly the opposite what he intended to have as a consequence of going into Ukraine. We've built that same unity with the European Union and with the leading democracies of the G7. So I want to thank you, and I'll be now happy to take your questions. Since there's so many people out there, been given a list. Now, how about Chris of the Associated Press? First question.
Hi, thank you, Mr. President. So you've warned about the real threat of chemical weapons being used. Have you gathered specific intelligence that suggests that President Putin is deploying these weapons, moving them to position, or considering their use? And would the U.S. or NATO respond with military action if he did use chemical weapons?
Putin obviously will never allow a completely independent Ukraine with this ideal of the Russian world. Interest in maintaining dominance over Ukraine is, once again, an understandable one if you think about them as an independent entity. Okay? That doesn't mean it's an appropriate one. It's not a just opinion. Okay? Make no mistake. When I say something is understandable, I am telling you that this is how territorial powers outside of the United States operate. Okay? It does not mean it's the just thing. Okay? Just like it's completely unjust that Ukraine is being shelled right now. Like, it's being leveled. It is incredibly unjust. It is unjustifiable. It is the worst thing you can fucking do, is invade a country. I keep fucking pausing. I'm sorry. I will play the rest of it. You have never questioned Ukrainian sovereignty except for Crimea and Donbass? No, not even Donbass. I don't give it. No, I think it's not even, I don't even give a shit about Donbass. Like, that's not even true. I've always maintained the position, first jokingly, but frustratingly now, I have to reveal it over and over again, that Crimea, first and foremost, belongs to the Tatars, okay? A lot of you don't know that. A lot of you don't give a shit about that. I was actually thinking about this in the shower this morning. And it came to me. It's like if Canada was like, Hawaii is actually ours. Hawaii, because of, China decided to give Hawaii to fucking Canada. Okay? Hawaii belongs to the indigenous population, first and foremost. But if it doesn't belong to the indigenous population, then secondly, it belongs to America more than it belongs to Canada. Canada can't have a say over Hawaii. Canada can't just be like, no, Hawaii is ours, actually. That's exactly what's going on with fucking Crimea. And you motherfuckers don't want to see that. Crimea, first and foremost, belongs to the fucking Tatars. Okay? And therefore Turkey. I rest my case. But if it's not going to belong to the Tatars, it sure as hell belongs to fucking Russia before it belongs to Ukraine. That's just the truth, okay? I'm sorry. You can draw a map up in a way that you want to, but that just doesn't work that way.
On the first question, I can't answer that. I'm not going to give you intelligence data, number one. Number two, we would respond. We would respond if he uses it. The nature of the response would depend on the nature of the use.
Crimea is Greek by the same logic? I mean, yeah, that's true. It belongs to Greece before it belongs to Ukraine. That's true. Fair. I'll take that too.
Josh of Bloomberg.
Perhaps I'll just project, Mr. President.
Crimean Tatar here, Kardesh. My ancestors fled to Turkey. Yeah. First time I ever learned about Crimea was in 3rd grade when I met my friend Kurum Geray Kurumlu. His last name literally is, or his first name literally is Kurum Geray, okay, Crimea Geray Kurumlu, from Crimea. This motherfucker was like straight up. His first name, last name had Crimea in it, okay? He was Tatar. He was living in Turkey. I'm very familiar with this autonomous region and its fucking history, a lot more than your fucking Westoid brain can comprehend, considering its ties historically to Turkey as well. Which is why it is deeply frustrating whenever people are like, it's fucking bullshit, dude. It's like Ukrainian territory, Ukrainian sovereignty, brother. What the fuck? Okay? I agree on the Tatar point. Many Tatars support Crimea being part of Ukraine, though. Yeah, because they think that Ukraine will offer them, because Ukraine is not personally responsible for their fucking purge. it's everyone. Everyone is responsible, and they think that maybe some Tatars think that Ukraine would treat them better and allow them to be sovereign. But, you know, long gone now.
Fired your voice. I'd have been elected a lot earlier.
I'll give it a try. He's got a long arm. Thank you. Can you talk to us about two things, sir? One, since your conversation with President Xi of China, have you seen any indications of action or lack of action from China that has led you to believe whether they will intervene and help Russia, either with the sale of arms or the provision of supplies to support this war in Ukraine? And secondly, can you say whether this, the conversation today turned to the subject of food shortages and what the U.S. will do to address wheat shortages in particular as a result of this war? Thank you.
On the first question relating to President Xi Jinping of China, I had a very straightforward conversation with Xi now, I guess it's 6 days ago, 7 days ago, in that range. And I made it clear to him, I made no threats, but I made it clear to him that make sure he understood the consequences of him helping Russia, as had been reported and as what was expected. And I made no threats, but I pointed out the number of American and foreign corporations that left Russia as a consequence of their barbaric behavior. And I indicated that I knew how much he, because we had long discussions in the past about his interest in...
Not Turkey Ottomans, by the same logic, every past empire owns the whole world with overlapping ownership. I'd rather Crimea be with Ukraine. Okay, but who cares what your opinion is, chatter? I need Americans to understand something really important. Or I don't know if you're actually American. You might be Norwegian. I don't fucking know what's going on. Norway nationalized their oil. Maybe Norwegian. Your opinion on this matter is literally completely unimportant, okay? And I didn't even say it belongs to the Ottomans. I said it belongs to the Crimean Tatar. By way of the Crimean Tatars, which had a deep tie with the Ottoman Empire, considering, like, I mean, people are going to say they're not Turkic, but I think they are, right? Aren't Tatars Turkic? Like, they're Asian. They're... I think they are, right? I mean, yeah, I think I don't want to piss anyone off. I always knew them as Turkic, but I don't want to fucking, you know. Yeah, they're a Turkic ethnic group. Okay, good. This is okay, because people get like real fucking. You don't understand the race. You don't understand the race science when it comes to fucking that shit. Okay. Motherfuckers will be like, yo, actually, you know, let me explain to you the haplogroups, okay? Let me explain to you why the Crimean Tatars are actually not Turkic, but we transcend the Pan-Turinist thought. All right, let's just keep going.
Making sure he had economic relations and economic growth with Europe and the United States, and indicated that he'd be putting himself at significant jeopardy in those aims if, in fact, he were to move forward. I am not going to comment on any detail about what we know or don't know as a consequence of that conversation. But tomorrow or next Monday that Ursula is having that conference with China. The first.
No, Ukrainians did not build the Crimean Canal. The USSR did. You can't fucking stop. Okay, I keep responding to like bad takes. Stop.
On April 1st, we've had discussions because I think that China understands that its economic future is much more closely tied to the West than it is to Russia. And so I'm hopeful that he does not get engaged. We also did discuss today that there's a need for us to set up, NATO to set up, and the EU, to set up a system whereby we have an organization looking at who has violated any of the sanctions and where and when and how they violated them. And that's something we're going to put in train. It's not done yet. So with regard to I have nothing more to report. With regard to food shortages, yes, we did talk about food shortages. And it's going to be real. The price of these sanctions is not just imposed upon Russia. It's imposed upon an awful lot of countries as well, including European countries and our country as well. And because both Russia and Ukraine have been the breadbasket of Europe in terms of wheat, for example, just to give one example. But we had a long discussion in the G7 with both the United States, which has a significant, the third largest producer of wheat in the world, as well as Canada, which is also a major producer. And we both talked about how we could increase and disseminate more rapidly food shortages. In addition to that, we talked about urging all the European countries and everyone else to end trade restrictions on sending limitations on sending food abroad. And so we are in the process of working out with our European friends what it would take to help alleviate the concerns relative to food shortages. We also talked about a significant major U.S. investment, among others, in terms of providing for the need for humanitarian assistance, including.
Guys, I upped the fucking speed. He's speaking at 125, okay? I didn't you calm down, okay? No, the adrenochrome or the amphetamines didn't kick in halfway through his speech. I just made it faster.
Food as we
so
move
we
forward.
can speak at like a normal human pace rather than the old man Brandon pace that he's currently speaking in.
Tarina of the Wall Street Journal. Watch out, you don't get hit in the head there now.
Mr. President, in your view, does President Zelensky need to cede any Ukrainian territory in order to gain a ceasefire with Russia, or is that completely off the table? And then also, do you think that Russia needs to be removed from the G20?
On the latter point, my answer is yes. That depends on the G20. That was raised today, and I raised the possibility, if that can't be done, if Indonesia and others do not agree, then we should, in my view, ask to have both Ukraine be able to attend the meetings, as well as basically Ukraine being able to attend the G20 meeting and observe. With regard to, what was the first question?
If you think that Ukraine needs to cease, to give up any territory in order to get a ceasefire.
That is a total judgment based on Ukraine. Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. I don't believe that they're going to have to do that, but that's a judgment. There's negotiations, that are discussions, I should say, that have taken place that I have not been part of, including the Ukrainians, and it's their judgment to make. Cecilia, ABC. There you are.
Oh, absolutely that way. Thank you. Sir, you've made it very clear in this conflict that you do not want to see World War III. But is it possible that in expressing that so early that you were too quick to rule out direct military intervention in this war?
Why don't you go, dumbass? How about you go die, dude? I think that's fine. We should, you know how people do like VR simulators? What we should do is just like put her in like a nuclear test zone where her body can, her skeleton can fucking disintegrate, okay, in a baby nuclear blast, so she can experience the consequences of World War III amongst two nuclear superpowers personally and individually. That way, I mean, she's not going to survive it, but at least like she'll get what she fucking wants. You can get what you wanted, okay? I think that's what we should do. If you want nuclear holocaust, we can deliver it for you in a personalized matter. I'm sure there's like a blast facility. Maybe you'll turn into the Hulk. You know? Who knows? Maybe you'll become Mr. Manhattan, Dr. Manhattan, whatever. Who knows, dude? Who knows? There's many such cases in all of the comic books, okay? Of like some kind of fucking nuclear blast facility that turns you into a mutated fucking superhuman, all right?
War, could Putin have been emboldened knowing that you are not going to get involved directly in this conflict?
No and no.
You do not believe that. And to clarify on chemical weapons, if chemical weapons were used in Ukraine, would that trigger a military response from NATO?
That was really good. I love when Brandon does the Mac attack. I love that. No and no.
It would trigger a response in kind. Whether or not you're asking whether NATO would cross, we'd make that decision at the time.
And my final question, because you're heading to Poland tomorrow, do you think that getting a first-hand look at the effects of this war on these millions of Ukrainians who have fled their country could change the way that you might respond?
I don't think so, because I've been to many, many war zones. I've been as refugee.
I was like, what do you mean, Jack? I'm literally a war criminal. You think this shit phases me? He's like, what? This ain't my first rodeo, Jack. I'm the Mac attack.
G camps. I've been in war zones for the last 15 years, and it's devastating. And but the thing you look at the most is you see these young children.
Dude, I fucking love this, dude. I love when journalists straight up fucking pull can we get a crumb of nuclear holocaust, please, dude? It will be so good for the ratings leading up to the nuclear holocaust. Like, can we just get that? Fuck it, YOLO. I'm trying to die anyway. You know what I mean? Like, that. There's got to be the guiding principle here, because it makes no fucking sense otherwise. It's just like, just a little bit, dude. Come on. Why can't we get back to nuclear posturing? I mean, we are already in nuclear posturing, but like, why can't we escalate those into, you know, something beyond nuclear posturing and actually maybe using those nukes? Mr. President, Jane Anderson here with ABC News. Is it true if you don't use it, you lose it? I'm, of course, talking about intercontinental ballistic missiles, nuclear warheads, sir. Mr. President, sir, have you lost the nukes? And perhaps the only way to, you know, tell us that you haven't is maybe just firing one off. Let this guy into Biden's press conference.
Right, and he only... Hi, yes. I mean, we all understand Putin is a bully, right? And he only understands strength. And by strength, I kind of mean like... You get me? Hi, yes, New York Times. What's going on with the no-fly zone? They seem to be flying, and the no aspect is not really being engaged. Are we going to blow the fuck out of them? Hi, Greg Titty Nipple with the Washington Post. Ukraine has been asking for you to beat the fuck out of these guys. When's that happening? Okay. Would be kind of a dope story. Hi, yes, I'm not a reporter. I'm just a guy, but is there any chance that we could possibly... They make like tinier versions of nukes, right? Just limited. Right, that. And also, are we going to get ground forces over there doing some cool kind of like fucking Navy SEAL shit, fucking cool, like, because that would look wild on television. I myself...
I mean, it's good. It's true.
Would go there and film some of that. Are we going to get some of that done? What he said, because I have an insane graphic for...
Sir, we are waiting. Clarissa Ward is out there, sir. Mr. President, sir, will you give Clarissa Ward another shot at a Pulitzer? She is literally starving. It was not enough that she went. Okay, it was not enough that she went and was there during the conditional withdrawal of Afghanistan. Sir, she needs it. She needs nuclear holocaust. She will get a lot of good coverage.
A war story, like it's kind of like have you ever seen the Call of Duty Black Ops cover? It's kind of like that, but like with Zelensky holding 2 pistols, like it would look amazing on a lower third.
No doubt that networks already have graphics and headlines made for the start of nuclear war. Yeah. It's just, this is how it is, dude. They are so fucking horny. The thing is, like, we'll give it to you. Yeah, like, it's not that hard. I'm sure someone could give you the feeling, the experience. You know what I mean? Like, if you're that desperate, it's just that, you know, you want it for the ratings and stuff. So you might not be able to get that, obviously, but like they can. You can feel what it's like to be fucking burning as your flesh is like on fire.
You see children without parents that are in those camps or in refugees. You see women and husbands, men and women who are completely lost and have no nose. You see the look, that blank look on their face, that absolute feeling of, my God.
Have you seen the nuclear posturing on Russian state television? I have seen the nuclear posturing. They've talked about how there are certain conditions that you can find. I believe it's on their like foreign, I don't know, I think it might be like on their embassy website or whatever, where they openly state like there are conditions that I will broadly categorize as existential threats that will cause them to use nuclear warheads. Now, for those of you who say, well, that's fucked up. How dare Russia do that? That's crazy. I just want to remind you that even Obabe, who was, remember, going around the world on an apology tour, also famously did not sign a no nuclear first strike agreement, because why the fuck would you do that? The entire point of having nukes is so you can say you will use them. That is quite literally how the nukes work. It's not just like, it's not like the shit I have behind me that looks cool on camera. That's not what a nuclear warhead is there for. It's not so that you can, do a sick fucking, multiple truck convoy going through the main road of the city in a nuclear parade celebrating your weapons. Like, that's not the only reason why nukes exist. They exist for this fucking reason. Not exactly true. Many nuclear armed countries don't have a first strike policy. First of all, it doesn't matter because we didn't sign a don't do a first strike policy.
Where am I? What's going to happen to me?
Brandon got lost.
Absolute feeling of, my God, where am I? What's going to happen to me?
That was perfect timing. Oh, Jesus Christ.
And so what it will do, it will reinforce my commitment to have the United States make sure we are a major piece of dealing with the relocation of all those folks, as well as humanitarian assistance needed both inside Ukraine and outside Ukraine. For example, this is not something that Poland or Romania or Germany should carry on their own. This is an international responsibility. The United States, as a leader, one of the leaders in the international community, has an obligation to be engaged and do all we can to ease the suffering and pain of innocent women and children and men, for that matter, throughout Ukraine, and those who have made it across the border. I plan on attempting to see those folks, as well as I hope I'm going to be able to see, I guess I'm not supposed to say where I'm going, am I? But anyway, I hope I get to see a lot of people.
Oh, my God.
Marcus or Der Spiegel.
That's a bit of a Mac attack moment, I think.
Thanks, Mr. President. There's a presidential election coming up in 2024, and as you know, there are yes, that's true. And there are widespread concerns in Europe that a figure like your predecessor, maybe even your predecessor himself, might get elected president again. Are there any steps, anything?
Yeah, Brandon Unchained, dude.
You are trying to do, and NATO is trying to do here these days, to prevent what you're trying to do becoming undone 2 years from now? Thank you.
No, that's not how I think of this. I've been dealing with foreign policy for longer than anybody that's involved in this process right now. I have no concerns about the impact. I made a commitment when I ran this.
You're saying Brandon so much, you're starting to use it unironically? Oh, dude, I have been using it unironically since like day 2. I love it. I think it's fucking awesome. I think it's dope. So funny. It's way better than like Republicans being like, oh, Brandon. Like I use it lovingly. You know what I mean? Brandon is the all-powerful deity that Joe Biden never could be. You know what I mean? Brandon to me is the way that Republicans see Joe Biden. Okay? Brandon is an idea. He's not a person. He is transcended beyond a simple human being. Okay? I love him. I love Brandon. It's awesome.
I wasn't going to run again, and I mean that sincerely. I had no intention of running for president again. And until I saw those folks coming out of the fields in Virginia carrying torches and carrying Nazi banners and literally singing the same vile rhyme that they used in Germany in the early 20s, or 30s, I should say. And then when...
Bro, he's talking about a time when he was like, 55 years old. You know what I mean? Straight up. Like these are the last moments that he could form memories.
The gentleman you mentioned was asked what he thought, and a young woman was killed, a protester. And he was asked what he thought. He said, "They're very good people on both sides." And that's when I decided I wasn't going to be quiet any longer. And when I ran this time, and I think...
What is happening right now, dude? He's like talking about Donald Trump. It's just... It's... Oh, my God. Maybe don't let Brandon out like this, okay? He's just like... Brandon suffering from the time zone difference in Belgium. Brandon is like, look alive, Jack. This is not a real country. What am I doing here? I thought Brussels sprouts was what those liberals have. I thought Brussels sprouts is what my granddaughters eat. What am I doing out here? I joined the race because gentlemen said good people on both sides.
I think the American press, whether they look at me favorably or unfavorably, will acknowledge this. I made a determination. Nothing is worth, no election is worth my not doing exactly what I think is the right thing. Not a joke. I'm too long in the tooth to fool with this any longer. And so we're a long way off in elections, a long way off. My focus, if any election, is on making sure that we retain the House and the United States Senate so that I have the room to continue to do the things that I've been able to do in terms of grow the economy and deal in a rational way with American foreign policy and lead the world, be the leader of the free world. So, but it's not an illogical question for...
Old guy's asking questions that he was asked. What a weirdo. Yeah, you're right. They did technically ask him about Donald Trump.
Someone to ask. I say to people at home, imagine if we sat and watched the doors of the Bundestag broken down and police officers killed and hundreds of people storming in. Or imagine if we...
Can't wait to see you sell over the libs again in 2024. Brother, there is nothing. There is no alternative. Like, it doesn't matter whether I literally I'm like, oh man, I love the DNC. Oh fuck, oh, it's so good. or I correctly point out that they are fucking dog shit, and ultimately that we're stuck in a permanent loop, falling into a reactionary pit of hell. Okay? The people that place this level of emphasis on your individual actions as a individual voter, I don't know, saving the fucking American government, are exactly the same as the lefties who are like, can't believe you're fucking in the pocket of the Democratic Party, fucking got you. What do I always say? It doesn't matter ultimately, but if you want to feel better about yourself, then go ahead, vote for the Democratic Party, okay? They're going to do a lot of horrible shit regardless. Even when they are in power, even when they're literally in power, as we are right now, the Democratic Party, we are in power, right? We Maoists are in power currently, and Republicans have already completely sidelined any sort of federal authority and are utilizing state legislatures to pass incredibly awful bills that they literally would have passed during the Trump administration anyway. Okay? The Supreme Court already is like overwhelmingly supermajority conservative. And now every state is testing the boundaries of that by putting their own version of like, let's murder women that want to get an abortion bill by, not by the actual state institutions, but by like setting up bounty processes bills. They all have their own like little psychotic fucking bills that they're passing. Like in Idaho, where, a rapist can't actually sue the victim individually, unless, of course, the victim never said that this person was a rapist or filed a criminal charge for it. But their family members can if they end up getting an abortion. It's fucking sick. I love living in this country, which is very woke and very smart and very good. You can get if you rape someone in Idaho, your family members can sue the person that you raped, for getting an abortion. It's great. Wonderful. Wonderful fucking country we live in, It's super cool. So, there's that. Sometimes I wish there is a hell, Maybe, I hope I got it wrong, you know what I mean? And there's just like straight up a hell. Hopefully these motherfuckers are going to be burning in it forever. Like if there's a hell, these motherfuckers, like on Earth, they're doing fine. But if the rules are set in the way that they claim that they, in the way that they claim rules are set, they're 1,000,000% burning. I mean, oh my Lord, dude, they're burning in eternal damnation, Inshallah. So that's the reason why I have the stance that I do, which is like marginal differences between the parties are largely aesthetic for the most part. But Republicans do have a tendency to completely fucking, push and accelerate towards fascism as best as they can anytime they're in a position of power. So I like to avoid that, for the purpose of the immigrant people that are coming in, who, by the way, the Democratic government is also absolutely fucking over. Make no mistake. Sorry for saying this, but the U.S. is trash as fuck. Not necessarily the people, but the government. Oh, yeah. Of course. So, remember all that. Yeah, the Utah governor did veto the anti-trans bill and had a really fucking dope take on it, too. I really appreciated this. It's true. And I will get into that in a second. I mean, Utah governor Spencer J. Cox had the exact same take that I have on, well, not the exact same take, but the take that I usually repeat or Normans who have transphobic opinions, because I think this is the most accessible optics point of view. From an optics POV, this is the most accessible way to describe these matters, okay? That you are fucking out of your mind for making this a deal at all. But we'll get to that in a little bit. Let's finish this fucking Brandon video.
We saw that happening in the British Parliament or whatever. How would we feel? And one of the things that I take some solace from is I don't think you'll find any European leader who thinks that I am not up to the job. And I mean that sincerely. It's not like, whoa, it's that. The point is that when the first G7 meeting I attended, like the one I did today, was in Great Britain. And I sat down and I said, America's back. And one of my counterparts, colleagues, as head of state, said,
America's
"For how
back.
long?"
The Mac attack, Jack.
And so I don't criticize anybody for asking that question. But
King,
the next
I love
election,
him.
I'd be very fortunate if I had that same man running against me. Thank you very, very much. Whoa. No. Yeah, one final question, right. Hey.
Holy shit. Hey. Jack. You're getting me messed up here. All right? I can't be dealing with all of you. Take it easy. Take it easy, Jack. Look at Nexta's newest tweet. No, I don't know what it is. Just link it to me. If you want to link it and you can't, that's because you're not subscribed. And that's if you're not subscribed, not only can you not send links, but you also will see the ad right now at the top of the hour, 15 minutes in, where I run a 60-second ad break. Now, of course, if you no longer want to see those ads, like I said, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5. You can do that for free. You can, if you have a Twitch Prime, you know. Just 60 seconds, though. It's not a big deal. You can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Guys said, so you still think Russia won't invade? Dude, I invaded your mom last night. It was fucking poggers.
Hey, look, wait, hold on a second, please. I was supposed to be an hour ago at the European Union meeting and to speak. No, I'm thanking you.
Yeah, I don't believe Russia invaded. Yeah, it never happened. It's a fabrication.
So someone I haven't called on before. You. Who are you?
I'm Christina Arcady from CBS.
Who are you?
Okay.
Sir, deterrence didn't work. What makes you think Vladimir Putin will alter course based on the action you've taken today?
Let's get something straight. You remember, if you covered me from the very beginning, I did not say that, in fact, the sanctions would deter him. Sanctions never deter. You keep talking about that. Sanctions never deter. The maintenance of sanctions, the increasing the pain, and the demonstration why I asked for this NATO meeting today is to be sure that after a month we will sustain what we're doing, not just next month, the following month, but for the remainder of this entire year. That's what will stop him.
Do you believe the action today will have an impact on making Russia change course?
Bruh, Biden mad stingy with this war shit. Yeah, what the fuck, Brandon? Fuck you mean, dude? Just give us some more, dude. It's so fucked up. You're not giving us a crumb. People literally don't give a fuck about Ukraine anymore, okay? We got to cover like the Democratic Party or the Republican Party here in the fucking media, okay? The HasanAbi broadcast has gone back to its like regular roots of just, you know, doing whatever the fuck. We need a fucking dash of war, baby. We need another kick starting of the ratings, dog. What the fuck? Fucked up. Media was so worried Trump would start a war, but now they're begging Biden to start one. No, the media always just wants ratings. And with Trump, it didn't matter if he fucking started a war or not. The Trump will start a war was ratings enough. Whereas with Brandon, shit's boring, you know? What is this? Who is this? Alex Peter, need to fuck Hasan so I can quantum leap? What is this? Alex, all of Lola overruled deleted tweets? Lola overruled. Paul, he's a TikTok attorney. He's a cool guy. He's a public defender. Respect. All right. Respect that. Leftist TikToker and a part of Law Twitter. Law Twitter is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Law Twit is just the worst, dude. Remember, what do I always say? I hate debate lords. And lawyers are just, debate lords with credentials to do debating. Sometimes not even that. And the biggest debate lords are Supreme Court justices. I mean, those A-Lab guys are pretty good. Yeah, no, I know. I'm joking. Also, no skran. No skran!
Cecilia.
Yeah, this was crazy. I mean, we watched this already. Okay.
That's not what I said. You're playing a game with me. Remainder this entire year. That's what will stop him.
You believe the action today will have an impact on making Russia change course in Ukraine?
That's not what I said. You're playing a game with me. I know. The answer is no. I think what happens is we have to demonstrate the purpose. The single most important thing is for us to stay unified. And the world continue to focus on what a brute this guy is. And all the innocent people's lives are being lost and ruined and what's going on. That's the important thing. But look, if you're Putin and you think that Europe is going to crack in a month or 6 weeks or 2 months, why not? They can take anything for another month. But we have to demonstrate. The reason I asked for the meeting, we have to stay fully, totally, thoroughly united. Thank you.
You've been listening to President Biden answering questions at the NATO headquarters in Brussels, where he's met with the other NATO leaders. Joining us now there is senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly says the president went there to make sure NATO is unified. Did he get the answer he wanted?
Well, what's interesting, Pete, is the president just said that these sanctions and other measures they've taken were not about deterrence. And yet deterrence is a word we frequently hear from senior White House officials about the purpose of having financial constrictions on Russia. So that might just be semantics, but that is certainly a notable sort of idea from the president that he believes that a sustained unity from European and world leaders is the best hedge against Russia to outlast Vladimir Putin. Another notable thing is the president says he believes that Russia should be expelled from the group of 20 nations, the G20. That's not something the U.S. can do on its own, and other nations, he named Indonesia as one that might object to that, but that would be further isolation on the world stage of Vladimir Putin. That is in sort of the niceties of global interaction and very far away from the gritty devastation that is on the ground in Ukraine right now. To that fact, the president talked about the $1 billion of humanitarian aid the United States is committing, opening the doors of our country to 100,000 Ukrainian refugees who may seek asylum and to resettle in the United States. Many want to be able to return to their own home in Ukraine if that's possible. Others, of course, have been absorbed into Europe. And the president may get a chance to see more of that on the next stop of this trip when he heads to Poland. A big question that he would not answer would be things like, have they determined whether chemical weapons have been used, or if Vladimir Putin has the capability or intention of doing that. That may be a question of intelligence that he wants to preserve. And so one of the real issues coming out of this emergency set of diplomatic meetings today.
I can't wait for the chemical weapons discourse, okay? A lot of you didn't give a shit about what was going on in Syria. I guess a lot of you don't give a shit about, like, a lot of people don't give a shit about what's going on in Ukraine anymore either, so just fucking wait. Chemical weapons is like, I will probably stop covering everything after that point. I don't want to get into it. Like, in the words, not mine, but the Quincy Institute fellow, that fucking name. Anyway, the one that was on Democracy Now! This morning, he's on all the time, that chemical weapons oftentimes are false flags from either side to Anatol Levin, thank you, chatter, to, you know, and it could be used in the situation as well. Could be genuine, could be could be totally just a false flag from either side, blaming the other. So I hate that. I hate that discourse. It's so fucking annoying. War is hell regardless of whether you use chemical weapons or not. No shit. What are you trying to imply? You know what I'm trying to imply. It's fucking cancer because you will never know. You will literally never know the truth. And it doesn't matter. Russia is already to fucking blame regardless. So anyway,
which will continue now that the president will return to his schedule, are these concrete steps that they're taking for a variety of sanctions, military?
I love this dude. Apparently, the Philadelphia City Council is voting on a no-fly zone for Ukraine today. I'm trying to figure out their enforcement mechanism. What are they gonna do, bro? Are they gonna send the fucking Birds fans, dude? They're gonna send the Eagles fans in? All Eagles fans know is, you know, eat Philadelphia cheesesteak, be racist, and eat horse manure, okay? The fuck are they gonna do? That's so funny.
Pedal Blazer.
We'll talk about No Fuckers' new video in a second. But it's just... I love the idea. I love the idea of, like, people in Philadelphia being like, yeah, we're gonna fucking enforce the no-fly zone, dude. Yeah. That's right. I don't know why they sound like they're from Massachusetts, but... they're going to send in the Philly fanatic. This is their Go Birds. Yeah, this is what the fucking most normal Philly, the least belligerent Philly fan, dude. Philly fans literally booed Santa. They'll use their anti-air system that took down St. Nick. Phillies fans with a bag of batteries on a heli might be able to do it. I don't know. We're gonna fucking enforce the no-fly zone. Get the fuck out of here. I can't even do it. Philly does sound a lot like Baltimore. Philly boys sound a lot like they're from Baltimore. He's fucking
Pedal Blazer.
It's National Cheesesteak Day today. Oh, fucking great, dude. Awesome.
Aid, humanitarian aid, will they have a practical effect? Will they do anything to to stop Vladimir Putin? That is a real question, and one that the president does not have an easy answer for. Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, had implored NATO earlier today in a video message to do more and to stand for peace and to give more help to Ukraine. And the world leaders are certainly sympathetic and compassionate toward Ukraine, but there are real questions about how much more they would be willing to do. They do not want direct conflict in a military sense with Russia. The president said if there were a chemical attack, leaders would decide at that time how they would respond. Pete?
Well, Kelly, let's put that question to Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel, who's in Kyiv. And Richard, today, Zelensky asked for tanks.
Stop. Fucking stop. The U.S. Navy base at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, honors the service of former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, March 22nd. They lowered the Gitmo McDonald's flag, dude. The greatest America. This is the greatest fucking like American experience, America moment right here. Our torture prison on like you know, our torture prison that that the land that we rent from Cuba has a McDonald's on the base, and their flag was at half-mast for Madeleine Albright. I forget who said it. Madeleine Albright, rest in peace. A person who escaped persecution, or a person who escaped, it was a respectable law. Person who escaped and got refugee status to come to America, only to maintain, only to ensure that there were plenty more refugees that couldn't for the rest of her life. Know the vibes in that McDonald's are fucked. Oh yeah. Didn't the Iranian president say that Americans have no real heroes? We just idolize fast food and cartoons. I mean, it's true. Worse than that. That McDonald's is straight curse, bro. I mean, no shit, dude. By the way, this is American bases literally look identical no matter where you go around the world. Same exact fucking like construction, same exact development, the fucking barracks looking ass white buildings everywhere. In Ankara we had them too. It's the same shit. It's so funny. Hey, they have dank ass fucking pizza though in the American bases in Turkey. The only time I could have like good American style pizza was on the base. Yeah, I've been doing American base, brother. Traitor to the Turks.
He asked for planes. He asked for rockets. He asked for air defense systems. It sounds like that's not exactly what he's getting out of this meeting.
He keeps asking for weapons. He's asked for a no-fly zone. NATO is not saying specifically what it is giving. I think NATO is trying to protect its supply lines. And also, NATO doesn't want to publicly say no to the world's most popular president right now.
Yes, I was a CIA plant at the age of like 12. I was operating. I was the CIA's youngest agent.
But many NATO weapons are arriving here. We've seen them on the battlefield, the shoulder-launched missiles. But they, I think the big takeaway from what President Biden was just saying and from these continued requests from President Zelensky for more weapons is they are bracing for a long conflict here. Vladimir Putin launched this war a month ago today, and according to detainee reports, thought it would be over quickly, that it would be within 3 days, Russian troops would be raising the flag here in Kyiv, and they would topple the government. We're now a month in, and the government is asking for more weapons, and President Biden said that he's called this extraordinary summit of NATO allies so that they would keep the sanctions going through the end of the year. So I think the way people are going to hear that here is they better be in this for the long haul and anticipate that this is going to be a war that is not measured in days or months, but could be a lot longer than that.
Richard, we've also seen reports that the Russians in some parts of Ukraine have basically been fought to a stalemate, and that could encourage Putin to use more elaborate measures to escalate the conflict. Is that a very real fear there?
It is absolutely a real fear. It is something that President Zelensky, for the first time today, spelled out. He spelled out in 2 addresses that he gave today, addressing Western leaders gathered there in Brussels, warning of the distinct possibility that Putin might try to escalate, might try to change the battle dynamic by using chemical weapons. And he's used chemical weapons in the past. The chemical weapons have been used in the forms of poisons to kill Russian opposition figures. And one of Putin's allies, Bashar al-Assad, directly supported by the Russian military, used chemical weapons. So it is not outside the range of possibilities. And I think that's why we had President Biden in his most forceful comments yet saying that there would be unspecified consequences if Russia used chemical weapons. And he didn't rule out NATO intervention. He said it would depend on the nature of the use of those weapons.
All right, Richard Engel and Keith, thank you very much. Joining us now is the chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander. Peter, it's pretty clear, I suppose, that whatever Mr. Biden wants, he's going to get.
Damn, that's a sick whip, dude. Is that a fucking Chrysler?
Peter Alexander. Peter, it's pretty clear, I suppose, that whatever.
Or not a Chrysler, Caddy.
Whatever Mr. Biden wants, he's going to get support for Congress for that.
Yeah, I think that's right, as evidenced by the president, with the support of Congress, signing into law that expensive, that government spending bill that was just exorbitant, really, in the eyes of some who said it was too much, but in the eyes of this president, in the eyes of many members of Congress, it was exactly what needed to be done. Close to 14.
If you put flags on a car like that, which flags would you do it? Blue Lives Matter, brother. I put the Gadsden flag and the Blue Lives Matter flag on my car.
$1 billion that the president signed off on humanitarian and military aid. Much of that aid, about $3.5 billion of which would be headed over to Ukraine. And we've been hearing from military officials that much of that was already en route, if not already there. And while the president, Pete, as you know well, has been reluctant to help support the transfer of Polish, Russian, or Soviet-era fighter jets to Ukraine, and has said he opposes a no-fly zone, which the U.S. has said would be escalatory and ultimately would be a spark for what would be World War III. The president does believe that Ukraine has effectively been using the military resources it's been provided so far, those anti-tank weapons, the anti-aircraft missiles as well. And the U.S. has been working with some of its allies across Europe right now to provide in some other longer-range weapons as well, to try to target some of the incoming cruise missiles and Russian aircraft that have been a part of the bombardment that has just been relentless over the course of most of the last month in Ukraine. Again, to Richard's point, the real headlines here, obviously, for the president was to make the message clear that NATO stands together. This is an extraordinary day, Pete. Just to emphasize it, you have 3 summits happening back to back to back. NATO, G7, and the
lots of meetings, boys. We're doing big meetings.
European Council meeting as well. The president saying that they are entirely in line as it relates to this effort vis-a-vis Russia right now and its support of Ukraine. The president today delivering another $1 billion to Europe.
Why do you think NATO is a bad idea, or were you being a Brandon? NATO is yet another, throughout its history and in its inception, NATO is yet another imperial enforcement mechanism, okay, for the United States of America. So, of course, and it's expressly anti-communist, okay? And not just like anti-Russia or anti-USSR, anti-communist in the European states and even in Turkey, in places where it operated. It was, in its inception, also led by like some straight Nazis, okay? Like, I mean, just actual Nazis. It has always historically globally took advantage of fascist networks, because those are the guys who are willing and able to do the most violence, deal the most violence to disrupt Western Europe. It also presents a clear and present danger to Europe, but, you know, no such danger exists for America And for that reason, a lot of Europeans were originally not very fond of the NATO involvement. That all is, of course, changed. Thinking that a large part of chat isn't anti-communist. Yeah, no, I know. It's just, it sucks that, unfortunately, when it comes to social democrats, they don't even personally recognize their own biases, or people that think they're like radical in American politics are just like, they're just still pro-NATO. Because they don't know anything about NATO's history. They don't know what NATO has done. They don't know what NATO continues to do. And therefore, they just think like, no, it's good. It's good. It's good.
European countries to do.
When ironically, Russia is communist, bro. No, dude. What? No. I'm saying that originally the reason why NATO was built was so that America could maintain its influence in Europe and maintain its global dominance. It's an arm of the imperial superpower that is the United States. Okay. Basically, a way to maintain troop presence and quite literally maintain influence and direct involvement in these countries. And they did it very successfully. They did it by straight up activating right-wing fascist paramilitaries that did a fuckload of terror in all of these countries. Okay? So I, as someone who is an anti-imperialist who believes that America's dominance over the world should end, and I, as someone who, I wouldn't say I'm a communist, but I see the final state of a classless society as an evolution that is an achievable goal if one wishes and would be good overall. Like, Star Trek. Think that an institution designed to literally destroy people that have that kind of attitude, especially when it fucking mattered, when that there was some kind of, especially when, those groups did have both revolutionary and non-revolutionary power. I think that that's overall bad thing. Said all that just to say you're not a communist. I mean, look, I think those ideas are great. Okay, I do. I think classless, stateless, borderless society those are things that I love. I think it's great. I'm a fan of those things. Okay. But I'm not going to fucking run around calling myself a communist, okay? It's just it. Because, I don't know, I don't sit around and fantasize about a post-revolutionary world. I'm a practical individual who believes that social democracy is the first step towards any kind of socialist transitional state in a country like the United States of America, devoid of any sort of productive industrial capabilities that it once had, okay? And the only thing that a socially democratic and maybe like 10% less imperialist United States could do is make way for the true revolutionary potential of the world, which is, of course, in the third world. Anyway. Oh, geez, you just giving the not left enough crowd enough to eat for a year. Man, the not left enough crowd can suck my left nut, dude. What do you mean? They don't fucking know anything. Also, the actual leftists, like the literal fucking Marxist-Leninists and people that are actively a part of these communities, whether it be PSL or whatever, that aren't like psychotic fucking newbies in the podcasting game that just want to make a name for themselves, all love me. Do you think that that's a fucking accident? Shut the fuck up. Not left enough. Not left enough. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry that I'm not an anti-vaxxer. Like, my bad. You know what I mean? Oh, the only way you can be more left enough is if you're a fucking anti-vaxxer and, like, think the Boogaloo Boys have a revolutionary potential. And that there needs to be a red-brown alliance. Made up a guy to be mad at? No, there are like fucking weirdos, you know? Those are the only people that say shit like that. Anyway.
Deal with the refugees coming, and as Kelly noted earlier, 100,000 refugees from Ukraine will be allowed to enter the United States. Some of the biggest takeaways from the course of this conversation we just heard.
Peter Alexander at the White House, thank you. Also with us is NBC News analyst and the former chief of staff at the CIA.
Every single person that you think is like more left than me, supposedly, okay, that is like fucking running around, is straight up a goddamn grifter, okay? 1,000,000%. Like 1,000,000 gorillion %. They change their fucking attitudes with the seasons. They change their political ideology with the seasons. They're all like fucking baby leftists that didn't go through the same thing that a lot of leftists go through when they first start understanding or first escape the capitalist dogma. They're just doing it very publicly, and they're doing it very passionately, and they're also doing it for financial compensation. So, and ultimately they're online. It doesn't fucking matter. It's all bullshit. None of it is even remotely important. Shit take Lamau. I'm an ML and have critiques of you. Doesn't mean I'm anti-vaxxer or a fucking door stand. What? Sorry, I didn't fucking factor in the three Marxist-Leninists that also are I don't know, critiquing me from the point of view of like me not being revolutionary enough. I got it. Didn't factor in the neurodivergence. Anyway, every time you're on Chapo, they're listening to shit on you for not being leftist when like you and Chapo basically have the same politics. We're friends as well, like in the real world, and have pretty fucking similar politics. But that doesn't stop people from just, because it's all aesthetics. It's all aesthetics, okay? That's it. That's the point, is that it's just aesthetics. I don't like Hasan because I think he's like flashy, or I don't like Hasan because I think he doesn't have substantive takes. Probably boomers literally think you still play Fortnite every day. They just don't know you. I mean, I don't care. Okay. Having 3 wives is flashy. I agree. Lumped in with productive gamers. What a nightmare. What do you mean? How is Marxist-Leninism about aesthetics when it's created the most socialist projects around the world throughout global history and dominant leftist spheres in the global south? Wait, no, I didn't say that. I said if you're an online self-designated ML and you're fucking arguing in like subreddit threads, then you're not a part of what you're talking about. You're just fucking jerking off. And most likely fetishizing the third world too. Like, that's it. Incredibly online, incredibly boring. I hate this. I hate having this conversation. As long as you aren't shitting on MLs 24/7, aren't calling everyone a tanky, you're more based than 90% of so-called leftist creators. Yes, I am not an anarchist. Okay? I like anarchists. Some anarchists. I am not one. That's it. Dude, it doesn't matter what my ideology is. I don't have one, okay? I'm fake. I'm a capitalist. Like, people call me fucking racist. People say I'm a capitalist. I don't give a shit. Sure,
we have brand new video.
I'm all those things, bitch. What's up? I live in the real world, dumbass, okay? I spend 12 hours a day on the internet, but like, I actually am somehow closer to the real world than you are. Hey, you know what? In the real world, being a non-fucking... Like, people don't consider you to be a good person magically like they would in your fucking hyper-specific Splinter Discord server when you're not a communist enough, okay? Sure, yeah, I'm fucking cappy, baby. Let's go. I love capitalism. What are you going to do about it, dude? You're going to write a fucking sternly written article? You're going to fucking go to your Splinter Discord server and fucking cry? Sure. Okay. I'm a capitalist. Who cares? Is thinking then like, need to, you know, I think I'm grifting as a fucking socialist is like something that's griftable. Anyway. All right, let's watch. Russian military ship destroyed in Berdyansk. Ukrainian Navy claims.
Video just into CNN. This shows a Russian ship, the Ukrainians say, ablaze in the port city of Berdyansk. Now this...
All the MLs and Maoists I know IRL are tired from working and giving out food to the community of Lamau, so from like actually doing shit. Yeah, you think they're in here, dude? I don't think those people have issues with me. Shut the fuck up. That's my point. If you're in here... and you're fucking complaining that I'm not like left enough or whatever the fuck, you're not one of those people. That's the point. If you go outside, then that's it. You go outside. You're a guy who goes outside. You're not in here. Okay? It's like, stop fantasizing about people that you claim are like doing all this shit. And there are very good people who do help, who do community service, who do actually fucking engage in mutual aid and all this stuff, but like they're not in this chat. Like, I mean, there are plenty of people in my community as well. There are plenty of people in this community that have done a fuckload of good too. They're not the ones who are fucking complaining about this shit. Okay, so shut the fuck up. Time for a fucking blade.
Is a city that has been under control by Russian troops. This is a fire at the dockyard, the Ukrainians say, aboard a Russian landing ship, a vessel that's been in port for some time, a ship that can deliver all kinds of...
See, Hasan, my hero Zelensky have destroyed that ship for the glory of Ukraine. He should be venerated by the Pope. What? Chance's poop pants says some of the dumbest and funniest shit in the chat. I swear to God. They're so fucking stupid, dude.
Of supplies to the ground. A huge fire you can see there. Also some secondary explosions. There's a big oil tank nearby, we are told. Also some munitions depots perhaps exploding as well. Again, the Ukrainians say this was a Ukrainian action against this Russian ship in port. I'm joined now by CNN military analyst Cedric Layton, a retired Air Force colonel and a former member of the Pentagon Joint Staff. Colonel, you look at this video and you hear what the Ukrainians say. They have destroyed a Russian vessel in an area more or less under control by the Russians.
Yeah, that's a big deal, John. This
Pack it
is
up,
an
boys. It's over.
Alligator-class landing ship. It's called the Orsk, and it's a 370-foot-long vessel, so this is not a small tugboat. This is one that they would use to put in tanks, and it was probably used to resupply Russian forces who are surrounding Mariupol. So what the Ukrainians are doing is engaging in very good intelligence work and very good sabotage work, acting on that intelligence.
There's two things I have to say before we continue with this, because it does seem like Ukrainian forces are making a little bit of inroads here. They are actually pushing back a little bit, which is good. Now, some people are of the mindset that it's not good. I don't know what the purpose of why you would think it's not good. Doesn't mean that Ukraine is winning. So please shut the fuck up if that's your attitude. There is no winner in this situation. And if there is a winner, it's not Ukraine, no matter what, because, you know, their fucking country is bombed into oblivion. And Russia always has the upper hand by just having simply more bombs and no appropriate counters from the international community beyond, like, you know, sending fucking manpads and shit. So yeah, remember, like, Taliban won, but at what cost? You know what I mean? Like, it took 20 fucking years to purge the American invading force out of Afghanistan. And then what happened to the Afghan people in that time frame? You know what I mean? I'm not saying Zelensky is the Taliban or whatever, but it's just not, the human casualty remains the same. So there's that. Now, one thing that you should remember when and understand is having, like, being able to push back against Russian forces in this way can lead to two different outcomes. One, it only creates a system, it only creates an attitude within Russia that, like, they need to up the brutality and therefore start, you know, really blasting everything and everyone. Or the positive outcome would be that their forces get long dicked too hard and they can't maintain this occupation and maintain this invasion, and therefore are more willing to take the terms of negotiation, no matter what the Ukrainians are proposing. Obviously, the secondary one is a little bit too much. It's the secondary thing that I'm mentioning is like too hopium. Ultimately, it's, you know, one can dream, I guess.
Apparently, the Russian state media had used footage of the Orsk in port, showing it, and the Ukrainians were able to geolocate that, and on the basis of that, at least according to some reports, they were able to blow it up. So this is, you know, certainly something that the Ukrainians can be very proud of.
With Russia's war in Ukraine stalled and the U.S. saying morale is a problem for Russian forces, CNN has learned of a rare meeting in Moscow between U.S. and Russian military officials, which, according to a U.S. readout of the meeting, contained a, quote, revealing moment from Russian Major General Yevgeny Ilyin, a general with extensive experience dealing with Americans. As the meeting ended, the readout says an attaché on the U.S. side casually asked about Ilyin's family roots in Ukraine.
Yeah. And he said he was worried about them.
According to the readout, the U.S. official said the general's stoic demeanor suddenly became flushed and agitated. Ilyin replied he was born in Ukraine and went to school in Donetsk, and then said, according to the readout, the situation in Ukraine is tragic, and I am very depressed over it, before walking out without shaking hands. The attaché wrote in the readout, the fire in his eyes and flustered demeanor left a chill down the spine.
Russia is taking Ukrainians to Russia without passports? Yeah, I mean, they've always wanted to fucking open up the humanitarian corridors exclusively into Russia. So now they're probably forcibly taking them. In this situation, though, I don't know. I mean, people will immediately jump to the conclusion that, like, they're taking them there to kidnap them and fucking murder them. And I'm pretty sure that if those people had the choice, they wouldn't want to go to Russia. They're putting them to the fucking gulags or whatever. No, I think it's just... I think it's most likely just as a bargaining chip to be like, look at how much humanitarian shit we're doing here. When it's not true. They're not, obviously. They're fucking bombing the city. Anyway.
Fine. Meetings with Russian officials are typically scripted, but the two attachés said they had never witnessed such an outburst by Russian counterparts at an official meeting. The readout by the officials concludes, at the very least, it is clear that morale problems among Russian forces are not limited to frontline troops. The readout describes only the impressions of the U.S. officials and does not definitively explain Ilin's behavior. Such readouts are typically too sensitive to be made public.
Readouts of this type are important because they give us an insight, a potential insight into what the Russians are really thinking, but it also shows that there is some kind of a morale problem within the Russian hierarchy, and it extends possibly all the way up to the top.
How did the Americans, on the one hand, say, like, oh, sanctions are fucking crippling Russia and good, and then on the other, literally point to, like, the non-monolithic understanding and the way more complex attitudes that Russians have towards Ukrainians and vice versa? How do they pair that up in their minds, I wonder? Like, because when I fucking say that, you're like, oh, dude, you're a piece of shit. You're like a Putin defender. Like, how dare you say that? When I say, like, dude, these people are literally cousins, okay? They fuck one another. They've been fucking one another for many, many years. People say I'm a Putinist or whatever, or a Duganist. But it's true. Like, they have fucking family members in Ukraine. You know what I mean? Like... And not everyone is super stoked on war. Even fucking generals, dude. So no, I don't believe this is CNN propaganda. I believe that there's validity to this. CNN only uses this, though, as an opportunity to say, oh, there's morality problems in the ranks.
The Russian Ministry of Defense did not respond to a CNN request for comment on the meeting or the readout, but the Kremlin has denied reports of low morale among its forces in Ukraine.
You would probably have to doubt this information. You have to doubt it, and you have to think twice whether it is true or not.
As Russia faces stiff resistance from Ukrainian forces, if the Americans are correct and morale is an issue, it's a challenge the Russians can ill afford.
We've seen increasing indications that morale and unit cohesion is a problem. And yes, that absolutely translates into potential military effectiveness issues.
A Russian general flushed and agitated, according to the Americans. Just one more mystery about what really may be going on behind Kremlin walls. Barbara Starr, CNN, The Pentagon.
Interesting. Nina Dos Santos joins me from London with more on the morale and also on some high-level departures from the Russian circles of power.
Yes, that's right. There have been some high-level departures. Obviously, there was Anatoly Chubais, who left yesterday, even left the country. He was responsible for an environmental brief, but there's also been some question marks over the future of many members of the military as well, with reports that one of them might be under house arrest. There's lots of speculation about the whereabouts of Sergei Shoigu, who's the defense secretary of Russia, who hasn't been seen in about 12 days now, as, of course, course, this rising number of casualties appears to grow by the day for Russia. And just going into the numbers here, NATO has been saying that they estimate about 40,000 Russian troops are either dead, wounded, or missing in action, or have been captured in Ukraine.
For the record, when people fucking talk about like, oh man, Russia really doesn't, and I see this in my chat a lot, Russia really doesn't care about the safety and security of its soldiers. What they fail to understand is, well, one, it's the top of the hour, and I of course don't care about the safety and security of those who are unsubscribed, because they're gonna 100% see an ad. You know what I mean? So if you want to be safe and secure, then all you need is a subscription for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or if you're lucky, you can get gifted a sub. I just remembered that it's the top of the hour. I'm sorry, I had to fucking serve you that like that. I had to make a side trip there. Okay, just take a quick sidestep there for a brief baby moment. Okay. I'm just saying, Twitch Prime is literally fucking free as long as you connect your Amazon Prime to your Twitch account. Here's the woman Abrick now. Disgusting. I know. Here's the thing. When a lot of people say in my chat, oh, Putin is not like the American military, like they don't give a fuck about their soldiers. The only reason why America comes across as giving more of a fuck about their soldiers is literally because, one, America dominates fucking countries that are only able to fight back with guns that we gave them like 20, 30 years prior. Two, we have tar pits that give brain cancer and lung cancer to like our fucking service members. What is it? Every 22 minutes, a veteran commits suicide. Like, America doesn't give a shit about its fucking service members either. Okay. But in comparison, in active war, our casualty numbers are lower. Why? Why are they lower than the Russian military casualty numbers? Well, they're lower because we have air support. Like, America is dunking on a country that doesn't have fucking drones 90% of the time, that doesn't have anything. And they're doing it with like incredibly superior military power. That's why I talk about, like, when you're in Iraq or Afghanistan, you fucking sit in a ditch when you get shot at from any area. You fucking hear that ding. You get into cover and immediately call air support. Which you can only do if you don't give a fuck about the people that you are conquering. Now, I'm not saying Russia gives a fuck about Ukrainian lives, but they give a fuck about Ukrainian lives more than America gave a fuck about Iraqi and Afghan lives, because they have to maintain an occupation potentially. Okay? That's just the reality. That's why they didn't do shock and awe from the jump. You can say I'm wrong. This doesn't make Russia moral. It's not. It is deeply immoral. But they recognize that they can't fucking just straight up occupy their neighboring country on an extended occupation mission if they, rip it to shreds non-fucking stop. People act like Russia doesn't have the targeting capability to level fucking Kyiv right now. You know what I mean? People act like the first night they weren't hitting like Western Ukrainian territories. Are you fucking stupid? They could still do that. They could continue doing that. If their goal was just to fucking wipe out everyone living in Ukraine and level it, they would do that. They can hit the entirety of Ukraine. They don't care about civilians as well. Obviously, when you fucking go to war, you don't care about civilians. When you invade a country, obviously, you don't care about civilians in that country. That's just the truth, okay? But once we establish that, there is a degree of not caring about civilians. And the reason why America gets to protect their own fucking... the reason why America protects their own citizens is because America's waging war is not in its own fucking backyard. They're doing it thousands of miles away. Okay? You guys are crazy if you don't understand that. They don't give a shit. If your goal is occupation, there are certain things you can't do. If your goal is extended occupation of a country with 44 million people with a historical interest in sovereignty and hatred towards your people, you have to deal with it a little bit more carefully than the way that America could deal with Iraq, okay?
Ukraine itself estimates that the casualties among Russian soldiers...
Thank you. I think it's less about the degree of caring about the citizens and more about Russia's interest in the area being occupation. I mean, that's literally what I said, but I guess maybe this will be more helpful for people to understand. This is what I'm saying, exactly. But people see leveling of Mariupol and go, what the fuck? How dare you say that? This is not a defense of Russia. What Russia is doing is inhumane, unacceptable. But if Russia's ultimate goals are, in the worst case scenario, extended occupation over a country with 44 fucking million people in its own goddamn backyard, there are certain things that they can't do. The U.S. used more bombs and missiles in the first 8 hours in the invasion of Iraq than Russia has in the 4 weeks of Ukraine, of course.
As high as over 15,000.
They also have more weapons,
and Russia
too,
itself,
like America
just
has.
interestingly enough, Hala, last week, I'm sure you remember, accidentally may have revealed casualty numbers themselves when one of the state news companies accidentally put out a report saying that the Defense Ministry confirmed that there are almost 10,000 Russian soldiers who have lost their lives. That was quickly retracted. So far, the official estimate hasn't really been updated for a couple of weeks from Russia when it said that there were hundreds of soldiers who had lost their lives in what it continues to call a special military operation in Ukraine that the rest of the world calls an invasion. And what's also important when it comes to morale is the command structure of the Russian military, which is known for being notoriously hierarchical. What that many defense analysts have said means is that it brings more senior generals to the front of the action in combat zones like Ukraine, and that is where we've also seen a number of losses. About several Russian generals have lost their lives so far in Ukraine, and then scores of other colonels and other officers as well. So all of this contributing to question marks over morale. There's been reports about Russia.
By the way, part of the reason why the American strategy wholeheartedly fucking failed in Afghanistan was literally because of the actions that it took originally early on. America's occupational interest in Afghanistan was exactly what Russia's trying to fucking do in Ukraine. Blow the fuck out of Afghanistan, install your own puppet leadership in the country, control certain areas, you know, that you declare green zones like Kabul, okay? And then start pumping funds into the regional warlords in a country that you do not understand the fucking politics of at all. Okay? And it doesn't work. It doesn't fucking work, especially when you can't even talk the language, okay? And the only way to talk the language or understand the culture is by using people that are like willing to work with you with the hopes that you'll give them a fucking citizenship down the line.
Soldiers suffering from frostbite because their military kit isn't as good as the Ukrainian defending soldiers' military kit. Many of them reportedly hungry when they've been captured by Ukrainian soldiers. And then, of course, as I said, the big question mark is the fate of the defense minister, Sergei Shoigu, who hasn't been seen in, as I was saying before, about 12 days, now 13. Hala?
Right, since March 11th. So, yeah, that's a mystery. Nina Dos Santos, thanks so much.
Nearly 43 years ago, Moscow ordered troops into Afghanistan. Over the following decade, some 15,000...
That's true. The Ukrainian war does mirror the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in some ways. Especially if you consider like LPR and DPR to be like, I guess, the placeholder for the Afghan government at the time. Except there was another element that I'm certain this coverage will not mention. I don't even mean Operation Cyclone. I mean literally the lead up to Operation Cyclone, which is exactly what we fucking did with Azov and the CIA and John McCain and Amy Klobuchar and Nuland, directly impacting internal Ukrainian politics. Our own Secretary of State, yes, this is true, said we intended to lead the Soviets into Afghanistan by, beefing up reactionary sentiment against the Afghan government. The Afghan government itself wasn't good. It was not good at all. Okay? It was not good. Straight up. They were violent. They were bloody. They were murderous. So much so that the USSR, while originally not interested in going into Afghanistan, despite the Afghan government's interests, despite the Afghan government's requests time and time again, finally had to fucking go, even though they were, and also tried to murder them, okay? But they were forced into going into Afghanistan. And part of that was because of the endless fucking war between reactionary forces and the Afghan government at that point.
Soviet Red Army soldiers would die there.
Forced into imperialism, Kekel. No, it was not in USSR's interest in any meaningful capacity to fucking send troops into, especially at the time that they did this, they didn't have fucking enough. They didn't have enough power to fucking waste military resources in Afghanistan. They literally did not want to do that. You can say Kekel all you fucking want, but it's just the truth. Once again, it's deeply frustrating where I am mentioning something. This doesn't mean the USSR was good. It just means that, like, they recognized their weaknesses. Why are you moving your jaw like that? Go get some gum. Makes that shit obvious. Why am I moving my jaw like that? I'm eating. And there's like stuff stuck in my teeth. Do you think I'm gumming? Like, do you think I did cocaine or ecstasy or something? And that's like, I'm trying to fucking hide it by, dude, that's my favorite schizo fucking poster today. Straight up. This is the best. This is the best schizo poster today. You, sir, win the Schizo Poster of the Day award, okay? In his mind, he thinks like he caught me. That I am a drug user, okay? And I'm like fucking gumming right now because I'm hopped up on stimulants and I'm making it too obvious, okay? I love that. Not even excuse that person who's crack posting? Yeah. He thinks I chew nicotine gum to hide. I've seen a surprisingly high number of chatters over the past few weeks thinking you're snorting coke when you bend down to eat. You have to also remember that, like, there's a lot of kids in here. There's a lot of young people who don't understand how that works. You know what I mean? He said same. I don't know what he said that as. Anyway, let's continue.
Their war and eventual retreat led to the collapse of the Soviet Union. Today, the death toll of Russian troops in Ukraine could already match those killed over 10 years in Afghanistan.
What? No. The Afghan population was reduced by like, what, 10% during the Civil War? Are you fucking insane? Are you on crack? What is he saying, bro? That's psychotic.
498 dead in the first week of war, according to Russia's defense ministry. And despite no update since, NATO officials say after a month of fighting, the Russian death toll is now as many as 15,000. Across dozens of Russian cities, more than 15,000 people have been arrested.
Yeah, I forgot. Why would they mention the Afghan losses when their overarching argument is literally that, like, Afghanistan was good, you know, because it destroyed the USSR, and therefore Ukraine is good in the same way because it's destroying Russia. And of course, obviously, let's not talk about the Afghan losses on either side, since, you know, that would directly mean we don't give a fuck when, like, millions of Ukrainians die too, potentially. You think they give a fuck about the Afghan civilians? Bro, come on. Of course not.
Arrested for protesting the war. Recently, anxious parents of troops have begun showing up. Putin's Achilles heel is the perception soldiers are dying unnecessarily.
Священного Писания.
It's why his tightened reporting laws unswamped Russia with Kremlin propaganda. And it's why the Ukrainian military shows off battlefield gains, like knocking out Russian tanks or captured Russian soldiers, because they know bad press back home is what got the Red Army out of Afghanistan. What sucked for the Soviets in the 80s was the Afghans' determination to fight for their homeland, and that the United States supplied the Afghan fighters with Stinger surface-to-air missiles. The shoulder-launched weapons turned...
I love that they don't even mention, like, there's no build-up to this event. Like, Russia just was like, yeah, we want to fucking take... We just want to take, like, Afghanistan. Like, that's sick. That's what we want to do. We just want to take it for ourselves. You know, there is no, like, there's no brave mujahideen fucking, you know, absolutely destroying civilian areas, like blowing up fucking, you know, blowing civilian areas to fight back against the also oppressive and bloody, incredibly bloody Afghan government at the time.
Turned the tide of the war. Russian helicopters were easy prey. They lost air superiority, and with it the will to endure high casualties and anger back home. 2 years after an ignominious pullout in 1989, the economic cost of war overpowered the ailing Soviet economy, and 7 decades of communist rule collapsed. Afghan parallels with today's war in Ukraine are clear. Like the Afghan...
Bro. It is clear. Except, you know, think about that for a second. Once again, it is. But when I say that, people yell at me. It's absolutely clear. You're right. The parallels absolutely exist. Except it's deeply, deeply inhumane of us to not immediately try to put a stop to this and extend it when negotiations could occur. When you consider the human toll of Afghanistan. Just a thought.
The Ukrainians are ferociously battling to save their homeland from Moscow's army. And as they did with the Afghan fighters, the US and allies are supplying the Ukrainian army with US-made Stinger missiles to shoot down Russian helicopters and jets with success.
The airspace is contested, and it's contested because the Ukrainians are making it that way. And they're being very smart about how they're marshaling and using their air defense resources.
Tank-busting US-made Javelin missiles are also helping Ukraine keep Putin's army at bay. Russia's enemies, if not Russia, have learnt the lessons of the Afghan war. No one yet, though, predicting the collapse of Putin's power. Nick Robertson, CNN, Brussels.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's Supreme Court confirmation hearing wraps up later today. Tensions and emotions ran high yesterday when Jackson faced some of the...
Yeah, Russia didn't learn its lessons America, on the other hand, totally learned its lessons. Yeah, totally. If the lessons were, it's actually super fucking sick to just arm some of the most like violent and reactionary factions within a country, whip them up for many, many years, give them legitimacy, train them with the CIA, and use them as your arm to do your bidding in a country that is already not very stable and has legitimate fear of the territorial sovereign nation with a lot of historic claims that makes them feel very uncomfortable. You know, it's really cool that we do that. You know, let's just brave Mujahideen these boys, you know? And when I say that and I'm a fucking asshole. But it's true.
The toughest questions yet from Republican senators who did a lot of the talking.
So you're not going to answer my question?
No, I've answered your question, and my answer
You
is
haven't
I've
answered my question. I'm sitting here at.
Just making shit up now, top of the hour. No, dude, I already fucking, I already ran it. Didn't I? Did I forget to run it? No, I ran it 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I ran it at the top of the hour.
Asking you, and you're declining to
Fuck Devin Hart.
answer.
Good.
Good. I understand.
Absolutely
Senator,
good. I hope you are.
To do
Good.
Allow her to finish, please.
In that chart.
Okay, Judge, you said that before. These are the 8 or 9 child porn cases. I will say, to correct the record,
I just say to the judge, there's no point in responding. He's going to interrupt you.
Thank you.
Look,
Nicole Killian is in the hearing room on Capitol Hill. Nicole, I watched a lot of the hearings yesterday. It was very painful to watch a lot yesterday afternoon. What can you tell us about the plan for the final day?
Well, the plan today is that
It's pretty wild that they just straight up are like, sorry, trigger warning, Ted Cruz. I'm sorry. Listen, when we're watching domestic news, you're going to see trigger warnings. I mean, you're going to see Ted Cruz without a trigger warning. Just know. But what's wild to me is that they were like, we're still mad about Brett Kavanaugh, so we're just going to call you a pedophile. Wild. Sorry. Not directly call you a pedophile, but like infer heavily. Like imply heavily that you are a child pornographer. Which is insane. Well, you're such a snowflake if seeing Ted Cruz triggers you. If you had more than fucking 3.5 brain cells, you would recognize that we're kind of making a joke about literally precisely that, while also simultaneously saying Ted Cruz is a horrifying figure to look at. You know? It's a fucking meme, you dumb bitch, but you're so horny to be like, leftists are such snowflakes because you still are operating with like 2015 4chan brain, even after your divorce and your children leaving you with your ex-wife, because you keep talking about being red-pilled and super based despite being 36, 37 years old. You would recognize all of this that's going on here. Dumbass.
Judge Jackson won't be in the hot seat as a panel of experts testify after an emotional and exhaustive hearing with searing attacks on the first black woman who is likely to be confirmed to the Supreme Court.
I love this country because I love the law.
Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson welled up on her final day of questioning.
The chairman refused to allow a witness to answer a question. You can bang it as loud as you want.
It was punctuated by several contentious exchanges, beginning with South Carolina's Lindsey Graham, who needled the judge over everything from whether she watched Justice Brett Kavanaugh's hearings.
He was ambushed. How would you feel if we did that to you?
To relentless questioning over her sentence.
But you did. You did do that. Such a weird thing to just be like, how would you feel that? Would you feel good if we were to ambush you and imply heavily that you're a pedophile or a child pornographer? A child pornographer pedophile? By looking at 7 court cases where you sentence alongside judicial considerations that every other judge has also gone along with, where they choose to go under the federal limits or the federal maximum penalties, huh? Out of hundreds of sentencing that you have engaged in throughout your long law career, we're going to choose 7 to say you're a pedophile. How would you would hate that, I bet, if we did that.
Sentencing record in child exploitation cases.
Wait a minute, Judge. You think it is a bigger deterrent to take somebody who's on a computer looking at sexual images of children in the most disgusting way is to supervise their computer habits versus putting them in jail?
No, Senator, I didn't say versus.
That's exactly what you said.
To see the badgering of this woman as she's trying to testify, I thought was outrageous.
To people who...
Pat Leahy literally is the Godskin duo. He will never convince me that he's not. The foreskin duo?
As she's trying to testify, I thought was outrageous.
To people who felt your line of questioning was inappropriate, you say what?
That she would not answer my question.
It was a refrain echoed by other committee Republicans relitigating the same claims.
I'm sitting here asking you, and you're declining to answer.
I've explained how the guidelines work. Judges all over the country are grappling with how to apply this guideline. Do you have other questions for me?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Senators on both sides of the aisle tried to turn down the dial.
I'm going to try and spread some aloha into this room.
I think we should recognize that the jackassery we often see around here is partly because of people mugging for short-term camera opportunities.
But it was New Jersey's Cory Booker who delivered this closing argument.
And I re-listened to this because I was like, was I too harsh on Cory Booker? Like, it made me feel like I had some people reach out to me and be like, this was actually low-key like a passionate speech. And I think the difference between like whether you thought this was cringe or if you thought this was like really passionate is your age. Like, if you're over the age of like 35, I think you probably looked at this and you were like, this wasn't corny. This was actually really passionate. What? He went on to defend crypto for POCs. So, I mean, it's Cory Booker. Of course he did some fucking horrible shit. I'm going to run it back. Hold on. Your Zoomer white chatters? No, there's Zoomer black chatters in here too who also think it's cringe. I think it's about like how nihilistic you are. And I think boomers look at this and go like, no, this was like really passionate. Here, let's watch.
Did not Cory Booker who delivered this closing argument.
And you did not get there because of some left-wing agenda? You got here how every black woman in America who's gotten anywhere has done. You have earned this spot. You are worthy. You are a great American.
There were other notable
You're
issues.
right. I meant cynical, not nihilistic. You're so right. I fucked up. That part wasn't the cringe part. That part was, I mean, it's fine, but. Don't make me run it again. Face when Rosario Dawson agrees to take you back. Okay, stop making Cory Booker jokes for a second. I'm trying to see it like seriously. She liked it too, for the record. Like she thought it was great. She cried. She literally teared up. At the end of that speech.
Issues raised. For instance, Judge Jackson said she would recuse herself from an upcoming Supreme Court case involving her alma mater, Harvard, if she is confirmed. The committee is expected to vote on her nomination April 4th. Nate?
Nicole, thank you.
Loki, she has one of the best backgrounds and she is as like quote unquote far left as you're gonna get on the Supreme Court. Let's be real. Like if anything, people hyper-focusing not on her fucking background and only focusing on the fact that Joe Brandon said he was going to have a black woman, Jack, in the Supreme Court, kind of like allowed someone like that who is like leftist cop family. No, I'm not saying she's a leftist, you fucking weirdos. Guys, are you living in America? Like the current Supreme Court literally said it's okay to do child slavery for American corporations as long as like a third party is doing it. The fuck are you talking about? You think there's going to be a communist on that fucking Supreme Court? Are you stupid? Do you listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth? I'm saying, like, given the Brandon administration and also on top of that, given, you know, who gets picked to the Supreme Court, like she is low-key one of the most like progressive fucking people that you could have. Obviously, like she also allowed the Trump administration, as I mentioned before, she literally, first of all, she's sponsored by the FOP, the Fraternal Order of the Police, vouched for her. Immediate red flag. Okay. She has like, you know, police fucking family members and shit. Obviously also kind of a red flag. But she's also, you know, started off as a public defender. Like that's huge. That's fucking huge, dude. That you can't deny that. That is undeniable. Like that is a huge, huge, huge thing. Okay? So overall, I'm just happy that Jim Clyburn didn't get his pick, okay? That's number one. First and foremost, fuck Jim Clyburn, okay? Kind of cool that he couldn't get his choice because he had a different choice and he was like really advocating for her and she was bad. She was very, very bad. She was like far right in comparison to like center left. Not far right, but like, you know. Americans only know how to like right or left from the point of like social issues. I don't really have an opinion here, but I'd still prefer not to have leniency towards child predators on the Supreme Court. Wait, what? Yeah, bro. She's gonna do a constitutional amendment to make child pornography legal, dude. What? Are you fucking stupid? Oh, that's funny. That was a good one.
Thank you. I must say the words of Senator Cory Booker were powerful.
It was very powerful. It was so tough, I thought, yesterday to watch. Regardless of how you feel about her, it felt so personal watching her being really attacked for something that has nothing to do with the job that she's going to do. That's the thing that got me. Lindsey Graham, many of these people have voted for her several times, and now all of a sudden The way she was treated, I thought, was very difficult to watch.
Yeah, I think the word attack is a fitting word.
Yeah.
Not being a federalist society, Christian dominionist pick is a win, unironically. Yeah, I mean, straight up. Like anyone that is not going to just be like, I don't know, I'll question the super precedent standing for Roe v. Wade is like kind of the only thing holding this shit together. You know what I mean? And even then, Republicans are doing states' rights all over again for everything. So, you know. Sex is the rape as Bitcoin is the fiat currency. Mutual consent matters. Oh my fucking what? I mean, dude, if you're a crypto bro, you've never fucked. So I don't know why you tried to even talk about sex.
Turning to South.
What? Miami Beach declares state of emergency during following outbreak of violence during
Florida,
spring
where
break.
the city
Wait,
of
what?
Miami Beach has declared a state of emergency.
Bro, what is going on in America, dude? What is happening, bro? We are literally... Yo, there's some... We just don't know. We don't know how to handle this, okay? We don't know how to handle liberty. We are just like... We don't know how to handle being America, living on American soil, okay? I've decided. No, we need like authoritarian leadership immediately, okay? We need to be liberated. The village has been Russian occupied for a month. They terrorized the people and took their food. Today we entered. Only took 7 tanks and countless Russians.
I don't know if you guys know what this is behind me, but that's a Russian tank. Russian tank that was...
Yeah, boys are out there, brother. That's right. I don't know what you know what is behind me, boys, but it's a Russian tank. We took that shit right out, brother. You know it.
Welcome to America. Welcome to America. This is I don't know if you guys know what this is behind me, but that's a Russian tank.
Tell you what, won't be rolling around here no more. He's a liberal too. When I need to amp myself up for battle, I just think about the most punchable face on the planet, Tucker Carlson. Wait, that's the guy? That's him? That's the guy who said, oh shit, this is him? Oh, what the fuck? Who is this guy? He is right though.
Tank.
Stole a 50 caliber machine gun off that tank.
Here it goes. You look at that. 50 caliber machine gun off of a tank. Just give you an idea of what the rounds look like. Look at the rounds. Slava Ukraine. Slava Ukraine.
Slava Ukraine. Dude, what the fuck? Slava Ukraine, baby. Yeah, that's right. Slava America. What the fuck? What is going on, dude? What is he doing? Coleslaw for Ukraine, brothers. How much you want to bet these guys waited for the Ukrainian troops to do the dirt and came up after for photo shoots? I mean, why are you calling Brace out like that, dude? Chill. Actually, I don't know. I don't know what his involvement was. Maybe he fucking was actively in battle. But some instances they do that for sure. He could also just be a fucking vet though. He's got some real he's got some boot tendencies. Yeah, he said them southern Ukrainians. Bending down to do coke again, shaking my head. Yeah. No one. Why is embracing Ukraine? I don't know which side he'd fight for, dude. What do you mean? I'm just kidding. That's a joke. I'm kidding.
I don't know if you guys know what this is behind me, but that's a Russian tank. Russian tank that was taken out. Welcome to America. Welcome to America.
My new British battle buddy is going insane. Look at these fucking boomers, dude. They're like having so much fun. I mean, this is war tourism, okay? That's what it is. I ain't killed someone in months, brother. We got to get involved. Yee, baby. That's right. You like that? That's the sound of freedom, baby. Hot lead. They're having a blast. People are dying. Cool. I mean, I'm sure the Ukrainians appreciate them. Let's be real. But yeah, no, they are war tourists for sure. How many other countries can just go fight in whatever they want? I mean, that's what happens when you're in the imperial core. You get to choose. And you can do that. They bought the Ukrainian battle pass? Oh, God. Yeah, they did. Slava Ukraini, brother. I bought that battle pass. That shit's good for 2 seasons at least. What? You're out here playing when this could be us, shaking my head. Dude, there is no fucking shot I would ever go to an active war zone to fight. Maybe active war zone to like document the conflict, but to fight? Are you out of your fucking mind? No shot would I ever do that. 90% of this coverage has been me telling fucking Ukrainians, like, if you can get out, you need to get out. You can get out. If you're a dude and you're in Ukraine right now, like, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. I would try to evacuate as many people as I could if I had any fucking say in this matter. You're insane. You would never go to document either. That's probably, you're not off base on that front either. It would be. $1.50. Slava Ukraini, brother. Okay, this is the American volunteers on the battlefield in Kyiv. They liberated the village.
Got a couple guys that got shot just a little while ago. Brought him to the rear with a tank. Got my man right there, my commander. He's got the USA patch on the shoulder. Got burning buildings. We got mortars. We got rockets. We got all the fun stuff to make it a beautiful day. Another day in paradise. Got a couple guys that got shot just a little while ago. Brought him to the rear with a tank. Got my man right there, my commander. He's got the USA patch on the shoulder. Got burning buildings. We got mortars. We got rockets. We got all the fun stuff to make it a beautiful day.
I'm the main character, Ukraine edition. If you're not going to stay and fight for your country as a man, what would you fight for? I don't know. There's some things I would fight for. But also, like a man? What do you mean, dude? Who gives a shit? Like, what do you mean, like a man? Why would I fucking die for some dumbass fucking rich person's interest, you idiot? What's wrong with you? Like a man? Yeah, go die like a man. You know what happened? You're dead. Like a man. Okay, sick. I'm a pussy. I'm alive, though. And I will fuck your wife while you're dead. Bend her over your casket. How about that, idiot? Like a man. Look. So stupid. Like, people love to fucking see themselves as like warriors. Like, oh yeah, I'll die like a man for freedom. Like, you're so stupid, dude. You know what's awesome? Not dying. Okay, straight up. Ukrainians are fighting for rich people. That's new. Yeah, dude. Ukrainians are fighting against an invading force that is backed by still the material interests of wealthy oligarchs in Russia. Ukraine in Ukraine itself is also, you know, still very much controlled by the wealthy oligarchs in Ukraine. And they're stuck also between Russia's imperial interests and America's and the West's imperial interests. So yes, ultimately they are still technically fucking dying because two countries' own unique rich guy interests have decided that this is a good battleground for everybody. Okay? The oligarchs hate the war. No, dude, I'm talking about some of them might, because their own personal profit their own personal profit is going to be harmed in this process. But ultimately, I mean, like, the overarching state interest is a material one. Igor Kolomoisky owns the comedian and the oligarch. Will a media, metal, and aviation tycoon be the big winner in the Ukrainian election? Chesno investigated piece reports that Volodymyr Zelensky's campaign is a second round, 100% funded by the Servant of the People Party. The party actually has few donors and deputies in the parliamentary faction. Needless to say, it's kind of deeply political savvy. I mean, yeah, this is talking about the background of Zelensky and like how he rose to power. Do you watch Democracy Now? Just curious. Yes, I do. I love Democracy Now. Amy Goodman, Juan Gonzalez, Nermian Sheikh. Yeah. They're fighting for their home and not to be under a dictator. Yes, dude. Yes. I know they are. Ultimately, it's another dictator that's going to control it, though. So, good luck. If you can get out, get the fuck out. Okay? That's my point. Survive. Protect your family. I'm not one of those like dumbass Americans who are jerking off to like some martyrdom that they're sending you out to from the comfort of their fucking living rooms, okay? I'm telling you from the comfort of my living room, don't fucking die. Your son, my son, your son. I mean, yeah, literally, like. Fight like a man for your right to run the 60-second ad break at the top of the hour. Well, I already did that. So oh my God, it's already 3 p.m. Oh my God. Oh my God, the time is passing so fucking fast. I literally thought like I just ran it at 2. What do you mean? Oh my fucking God, you're right. It's been another hour. What the fuck? That's crazy. That's actually bananas, dude. Okay, respect. You just fucked me up right now. I fucking wasn't even aware. It's top of the hour again. It's time for a 60-second ad break. It's always about profit. One potential reason for the invasion could be, in fact, preventing the country and use natural resources this way. Rivals are eliminated and there's more resources to sell as well. You got to stop this. It's just getting out of hand. What, the hour's passing? I agree. Ran it at 2:20, not 2. No, I didn't. I ran it at 2. I literally ran it directly an hour ago. Look at this. Look, I ran it at 2, and then someone told me to run it again at 2:20, and I was like, oh, I already ran it. You're wrong. Ace41, thank you for allowing 20 people to no longer see the ads. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. Boom. Emily Platt, thank you for the 2 gifties. Can we watch Caspian? It's about the motherland, India. Come on, man. There's no money interest for us Ukrainians. Brother, if you're a Ukrainian citizen, you're just a regular working class person, then of course there's no money interest for you. You're just there to die. That's how war works. That's my point. The moneyed interest on the Ukrainian oligarch side is to maintain control and not have some Russian oligarchs run the country, but instead have some fucking Western-backed Ukrainian oligarch run the country. Ultimately, you're just trying to survive. You know? You just want probably safety, security, food on your table, a roof over your head, and to be able to get laid, you know, and have a job that gives you meaningful wages. That's what everybody wants. Like, every human being wants that, and I totally understand that. Hasan, any predictions on how all this affects crypto? Thank you. Dude, stop. If you stand aside and let the bully have your home and take away your life, like Tibet, like Hong Kong, who would ever stop them? They would conquer the world and make you a slave. Yeah, man, that's totally good thing. You know, major superpowers never end up getting their way. And, you know, we always put an end to that. The reason why you fucking fantasize about, first of all, you're still a slave regardless, whether or not you're a Chinese one or an American one. You're just, you're a wage slave, okay? Which is why we always say no war but class war. And secondly, Hong Kong is a slave state, bro, not a center of international capital. Live what? Bro. Hong Kong is a great example of this. Like, the West beefs you up and gives you some goodies when after they're done with their imperial grip of power. And there's always, you know, with Hong Kong, there was always a fucking timetable on like when it was going to come back to China. And that timetable accelerated and everybody freaked the fuck out and they didn't want to become a part of China. But the West is already, you know, the West was already like, all right, fuck off, you know, it's done. So you had no say in that. Can you imagine if Hong Kong was like trying to fucking actively fight the Chinese military right now with like guns and shit? Like America was like funneling guns in and being like, oh yeah, let's do that. Do you think Hong Kong would be better off currently, like actively engaging in war against this major superpower? Holy fuck, that would be awful. That would be so bad, dude. It would be so bad for Hong Kong. You really think Cuba has a lung cancer vaccine? Yes. Chinese totalitarianism is just more overtly authoritarian than our corporate overlords? Yeah, 100%. It's true. That's true. And you don't get the goodies. That's the worst part about Chinese authoritarianism is just like, one, it's right in your face. And two, you don't get the goodies of like, you know, watching whatever kind of fucking degenerate shit you want to watch. And say whatever kind of degenerate shit you want to say. There is certainly that element to it. But there is something you need to remember. Just because I get to say shit here doesn't mean there's any change. You know? What have I been able to change? What are so many other people like myself who try to speak truth to power as best as they can? What do they get to change? Nothing. That's how powerful America is, that they can just flex and just be like, who cares? Yeah, go ahead. Say whatever the fuck you want. We'll let you amass a gigantic fucking audience. Okay? You can try to change as many minds as you want. Ultimately, you're powerless, because even if your entire community operates as like one sharp fucking tool, the power of capital supersedes. It is way, way, way more powerful than you could ever imagine. That won't stop me from trying my best, but just remember, the freedoms that America offers, the libertarian principles that they have around free speech in this country, is because they're not free or full. They're not. And also because I make corporations money. That's just the reality. They don't see me as a threat. Okay? I already ran the ad break, you fucking weirdo. I'm not debating you for 3 minutes so I can run the top of the hour, man. Well, holy fuck, I've broken you guys. So black pill, stop. I mean, that doesn't mean we should stop from trying. That doesn't mean we should stop from trying to organize. It doesn't mean you should stop from, changing other people's minds, do agitprop, tell other people how it is, what it is. Obviously, like I find what I do to be fulfilling because I do see progress, at the very least in this community. So that's why I keep doing what I do. But in the grand scheme of things, the unfortunate reality is that it's difficult to go against the overarching, incredibly overwhelming power of dogmatic capitalist thought. The entire system is designed to make people feel a certain way about it. I don't know how real this is, but Wayne Pankratz of Applebees, I got to talk about this before we move on to some other shit. Wayne Pankratz of Applebees says that higher gas prices are great for business because most employees live check to check, and hopefully they can start lowering wages. I don't know how the fuck they found this. Be great at what matters. Great message, sir. Why gas prices are good for hiring. Team, everyone has heard that gas prices continue to rise. The advantage this has for us is that it will increase application flow and has the potential to lower our average wage. How, you ask? Most of our employee base and potential employee base live paycheck to paycheck. Any increase in gas price cuts into their disposable income. As inflation continues to climb and gas prices continue to go, I don't know if this is real, dude. I mean, he's right. The principles are there. Pretty sure that, I mean, it's fake, but it feels like it could be fake, except this is your brain on Econ 101. You know what I mean? Like, people are like, oh, dude, how could he say this? It's like, have you opened a fucking, like, book that describes neoclassical economics? Are you new to this concept? This is literally putting a human face to the concepts that you read and see as normative, not prescriptive, but descriptive statements. Another person that also talks about this a lot is another guy that I think has a pretty objective approach to capitalism, and that is a big bearded man by the name of Karl Marx. Too busty getting pussy to read about neoclassical economics, nerd. Any increase in gas prices cuts in their disposable income as inflation continues to climb and gas prices continue to go up. That means our employees will need to work to maintain their current level of living. Dude, you know what's funny? Like, people will be like, dude, this is so crazy. I can't believe they're saying this. Like, I mean, welcome. I would like to welcome you to find out more about a man by the name of Alan Greenspan. Like, I've heard this exact letter be described in so many different fucking ways by openly, like, American fucking politicians and people in positions of power so many times. What he is describing here is literally just everything that you see in a textbook. Like, even if this email itself is fucking fake, if you think that this sentiment is you know, different than anything that, like, CEOs and those who own capital believe, I don't know what to tell you. Unlearning Economics has a good video on this. Bro, this is 47 minutes long. Are you out of your mind? Here, let me tell you. Wait, first of all, PolitiFact did the meme. What? Facebook post says former Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan said that if the workers are more insecure, that's very healthy for society because they'll serve their masters gladly and passively. Okay, first of all, I don't know if that was the actual quote, but insecurity in this situation is not about, like, workers being fearful. I mean, I guess that is how it bears itself out. But I think they were talking about, you know, having a tight labor market versus not. Yeah, the bar rescue guy literally did say, hungry dogs obey. What is this? Okay, what does PolitiFact say? Our ruling, the meme says Greenspan, if the workers are more insecure, they're very healthy for society because they'll serve their master passively. Those words actually come from a sarcastic critique of Greenspan's words from Noam Chomsky, not from Greenspan himself. Wait. The performance of the U.S. economy over the past few years has been quite favorable. Continued low levels of inflation and inflation expectations have been a key support for a healthy economic performance. Atypical restraint on compensation increases have been evident for a few years now and appears to be mainly a consequence of greater worker insecurity. Yeah, that's... Chomsky's interpretation of it was a correct paraphrasing of what fucking Alan Greenspan was implying. Wow, dude. Pants are literally fucking flaming, dude. Man, they are so on fire. They're so crazy. The willingness of workers in recent years to trade off smaller increases in wages for greater job security seems to be reasonably well documented. The unanswered question is why this insecurity persisted even as the labor market, by all objective measures, tightened considerably. I wonder why. I wonder why that could have happened. By the way, that's literally been happening for the past 40 years. Well documented. The first time where there was actually a tight labor market where the control mechanisms that ensure that the servile labor population could actually push back was during COVID. And we saw how the Chamber of Commerce reacted. They literally were just like one step. They were basically advocating for everything but, like, forcibly at gunpoint, making sure that, like, teenagers fucking get back to work immediately. Chomsky's take on the substance of what Greenspan said seems reasonably on target. However, Greenspan's tone is far different than Chomsky's. Greenspan's words are explanatory and analytical, displaying none of the sarcasm that Chomsky or the creator of the Facebook post describes to them, especially the part about workers serving their masters gladly and passively. Yeah, we repealed child labor laws in some places. Like, I mean, not that, like, I didn't even know how bad child labor laws were in America. These words are literally just economics. Why are we attempting to make these words salacious? I don't know if you know what community you're a part of, but like, I like to look at the immoral outcomes of just those words without just looking at it as though that's like the only way to organize an economy. And that in and of itself is the difference. Like, I do not have the capitalist dogmatic attitude. You know what I mean? That's the difference. That's the difference between myself and many other people that still live in that universe where they think like, no, this is just how it's supposed to be. What do you mean? Like, I don't understand it. Oh, I saw this shit on a high level in business school. It's wild how the system looked at individuals only as units of production. I mean, it is. It's what you do with that unit of production is what matters, and how much that unit of production is allowed to take back. And by the way, for the record, that classical economics take of economics is a science, bro. It's not like other social sciences, bro. Come on, bro. It has nothing to do with power and politics, bro. Exactly. That person is being sarcastic. Yesterday, my deeply unpolitical friend was watching a reaction to the most recent Channel 5 video, and I just held my tongue and said nothing. I'm praying he joins chat right now. He needs to hear this conversation specifically. Okay. If you look at any econ book, okay, any econ book that describes, the current, the current mode of production in terms that make it seem as though the people that they're talking about aren't like real human beings, you will develop this attitude where it's like, this is just how it is. It's just literally, this is natural law. It has to be this way. Okay? But the moment that you start realizing that the people, the workers that are literally in that factory, the productive forces are just real human beings, people like yourself, people like your parents, that's when you start to realize like, oh shit, we're not just talking about a fucking widget factory. Okay? We're talking about real human beings. Like, when there's more to it than the way we ascribe value. Like, there's just humans dying as a process of this, as a part of this. And then you have this. Is it true that an upside down pineapple in your shopping cart indicates you're open to swinging? Someone told me this at a party. Thanks, Yolandi Visser. Love your music. Yo, that pineapple thing is real? Oh, God. Okay. Answer the question. I don't fucking know, man. I don't know what... First of all, for me to be a swinger, I would need to have a wife or a girlfriend, which I do not. So I'm missing one of the main components. These text messages between Ginny Thomas, the wife of Clarence Thomas, and Mark Meadows are truly revealed. They're revealed that Ginny Thomas is into some heavy-duty QAnon stuff. We knew this already. We knew this from the jump. Someone said single swingers are called unicorns. Bro, I'm good. I'm good. I'm maidenless, but I'm also good. You know what I mean? I don't need it. I'm happy with the situation. Anyway, let's finish the rest of this. That may be fake, actually, but the attitude is 100% real. And anyone that's like taken a fucking Econ 101 course understands it and agrees with this. And it's been mentioned time and time again throughout our media, and it's totally normalized. The only time when neoliberals will stand against this and get mad or posture against it is because shit like this puts a human face to it, and all of a sudden you recognize it as like the big bad boss guy openly talking about its actual workers, not as like some fucking lines on a chart in your econ book, but like as actual human beings. So this humanizes the conversation. So it's definitely worthwhile agitprop. Okay. So yeah, we are no longer competing with the government when it comes to hiring. Stimulus money is no more. Supplemental unemployment is no more. This benefits us as prices rise. People who we relying on unemployment money simply will have less money to spend. It will force back people into workforce. Furthermore, other competitors, especially mom and pop companies or small businesses, will have to either raise prices, cut employee hours, or pay employees less hourly to hit the profit margins. Some businesses will not be able to hold on. It's going to drive more potential employees in the hiring pool. We all competed to hire out the limited applicant pool, and there was a wage war. We also saw businesses hiring team members at $18 to $20 an hour. Unacceptable. They will no longer be able to afford this. Trucking is the backbone of America, and as fuel costs rise, so will the charges for shipping. If those costs cannot be passed on to the customer in terms of any price, the only area they can cut sizable costs will be in labor. The labor market is about to turn in our favor. What can you do? Besides hiring employees at a lower wage to decrease our labor when able, make sure you have a pulse on the morale of your employees. Your employees that live paycheck to paycheck are impacted more than the people reading this email. Be conscious of that. Many will need to work more hours or get a second job. Do things to make sure you are the employer of choice. Get schedules completed early so they can plan their other jobs around yours. Most importantly, have the culture and environment that will attract people. Okay, this might actually be real. This might actually be real. Franchise executive's idea to lower restaurant pay gets harsh rebuke from public and the company. Oh yeah, no, it is real. Okay, that makes sense. Email from the American Franchise Capital executive led managers to a Lawrence restaurant to resign in protest. It is real. That means pay your workers shit, but buy them some donuts from time to time. No, they're not even saying that. They're not even saying that. They're literally saying, make sure, like, some of your most hungry workers are going to have to work 2 jobs. Obviously, don't increase their pay because that would impact our profit margins. But make sure that you, at the very least, allow them to schedule so that they can schedule around ahead of time for their second job that they're inevitably going to have to take because everything is too expensive. They never say that, like, take care of your most... He never says take care of your most hungry workforce. Whether this is real or not, these are the conversations that occur in business. Also, they will always be able to pass the cost on to customers, especially when the customers are expecting it like now. They were just trying to lower wages. Yeah. Oof. What I saw in my civics class today. Security versus freedom, order versus chaos, total government versus no government, left versus right, a true view. Why do we even have governments? Communist, fascist, socialist, Marxist. Anarchist, left versus right. Wait, what? Democrat, centrist, libertarian. Yeah, this is weird. Nazi Republicans are far left according to this. Yeah, that's pretty funny. I mean, they literally say that, for the record. There is 0% chance your fucking civics teacher has ever taken a shower. Okay? You have an anarchist teacher, straight up, and therefore is the crustiest. I've never, I mean, this is insanity. Your civics teacher is the crustiest motherfucker I've ever seen. I can smell him from here by looking at this fucking, left-right grid that he has created. And not even like a good anarchist, okay? Like the bad, like the worst anarchist. It's not, yeah, it's not even an anarchist take, it's an ANCAP take. The worst kind of anarchist. It's a fake Reddit meme. Wait, you have to understand that, like, you say it's a fake Reddit meme, except that teacher could have taken this fucking Reddit meme and absolutely showed it in class. You understand that, right? Which this only goes with my theory that the teacher is a crusty anarchist. And worst of all, is also a Redditor. Remember those Snake Island guys? Snake Island sailors were freed as Ukraine and Russia conduct a prisoner exchange. Look at that. I do remember the Snake Island guys. I mean, I very quickly was on that shit, and people were yelling at me saying I was a fucking Russian propagandist, but, you know, seems like I was right. Hey, today the toilet flooded after a big poop from my grandma. It's been a really hard day, and I really appreciate you saying blammo to make me feel better. Blammo. Okay, so we did this. We did the fucking memes. The franchise guy we talked about. Miami Beach has declared a state of emergency following the outbreak of violence on spring break.
After another outbreak of violence there during spring break. Midnight curfews have been extended through at least the weekend to try and keep people off the streets. This latest incident involved a shooting that sent visitors while scrambling for their lives. Manuel Bojorquez is in Miami Beach with more on the story.
Gunfire on a packed South Beach streets.
How Asmongold stopped being a libertarian?
Because that's what's already happened. Like, how many of you guys live in a place right here in the United States many times? How many oil companies? People are just, they're so stupid. Like, I get that, like, these things, like, would work in, like, this fucking imaginary reality. I used to be, like, a huge super libertarian. I was. And you know what changed it?
You know what's funny? He worked for the IRS. I love that. Libertarian at the IRS.
Is I started playing WoW and I did every single thing that the free market allowed me to do, and I realized how bad that was for everybody else. I'm not kidding. Like, I saw it because I was like, listen, well, wait a minute. Why don't I just bid out all my competitors? Why don't I just ruin their runs and steal all their stuff? Yeah, why don't I just do that? Well, why don't
Ron Swanson Gold.
Why don't I just accuse them of selling fake stuff, and then I just print that out and say it's bullshit, and then they look bad? Why don't I just do that?
He was literally he was doing predatory capitalism in WoW and took the best lesson possible. A lesson that many don't take from that. Most people do that and go, oh no, this is poggers actually. This is pretty sick. I should do this more. And it's a good system, actually, where the strong win and the weak don't survive. Predatory capitalism? You mean capitalism? Yes, yes, yes. Shut up. Don't try to fucking tone police me, bitch.
You know, why don't I just monopolize the entire market and repost everything for a higher price and fuck over the average player? Why not? I make more money that way. It's because that's what's already.
Me and my one friend cornered the market on an important WoW item for a couple weeks, and we were making insane profits. It's so easy to do. How many capitalists do you know doing normal predatory capitalism IRL that realize how fucked up it is and become leftists? None. But I don't really know that, like, I don't think I know any fucking, like, hyper-capitalist people that, like, are super-duper exploitative that I'm, like, good friends with. Someone said you. Yeah, me. No, dude. My indoctrination into anti-capitalist thought came way before I made any money whatsoever. So, yeah, you know, it was way before that. And it mostly came from understanding just an incredibly important thing, which was healthcare should be free. It literally, like, what radicalized me were two things. One, I was always anti-imperialist because I didn't grow up here. Okay. Bro, literally talking about mercy drops to bring in money to create hype to insta sell out. What? Mercy drop. I don't even know what that is. Dude, even Lud himself, say Lud is a hyper-capitalist, right? Lud is the closest that I know to, like, the meme of like a capitalist person. But he is literally one of the least predatory motherfuckers as far as the way he treats his employees, his workers, okay? Ask his fucking workers if they are happy working with him. I mean, not to defend him super hard, but again, another one, H3 is another person. Like, there are, like, a lot of the people that I hang out with that actually are, like, you know, running profitable businesses, like running profitable big businesses. They are doing things significantly more ethical. Obviously, it's not going to be the same as myself. Okay, it's not. But they do a pretty decent job from as far as I've seen. What? Are you friends with Asmon? Always thought you didn't like each other in before Parasocial Andy? What? Yeah, of course I like Asmongold. What do you mean? I've, like, defended Asmongold a million times in this community. And I think his takes have changed, like, throughout even, like, the course of my experience with Asmongold on Twitch. Your editors are basically Ethan's Chinese factory workers. Ellis have told me so. I asked your editors and they said they would really like to be let out of the basement 30 more minutes a day. Fuck no, dude. No shot. Absolutely not. Chatter Brotnick is sharing this
Number of
great
other
clip.
ones that have been removed from the website. I've gotten, like, they banned Barry, for example. Like, I have a list that I could go through, but all I'm saying is that sorry, but this reeks of communism, which is kind of ironic. Yeah, you know what? I agree. I never saw it that way, but now that you bring it up, yeah, when I really think about it, is like, whenever I think of boobs, I think of communism. That's true. That's so true, man. Like, yeah, that's a really, really good way to make that make sense. The only thing that has in common with communism is that not Saddam Hussein, fucking who's the guy that before him, Stalin had a porn star mustache. Like, that's the only thing that it has in common with communism at all. That's it. So, well, why don't you just stop? Saddam Hussein actually got Saddam Hussein looked up to a number of other ones.
What? I didn't understand. Is he saying Saddam Hussein was like Vladimir Lenin was actually Saddam Hussein? What? I mean, I think he was joking. I don't know what he's saying though. The guy that the U.S. armed with chemical weapons to get the commies out looked up to Stalin. I mean, he's joking. He's talking about communism means porn stash. And that's why Saddam Hussein is a commie, because he also